Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 7 of Tall Tales. Today, we are spending our pre-session preamble discussing the creation of a baby witch. So I don't know how your Tuesday's going, but mine's been ruined. Joining me today, of course, as always, is our lovely cast of humans. Say hello, everybody. How are you?
I'm a human.
Hi,
I'm a moth.
That's not true. I'm a ferret.
I'm here.
That's all we can ask.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, yeah, thank you all for joining us. And thank you, chat, for joining us. I guess to get things started off here, I will hand things off to Randolph McRibbit to catch us up with what's been going on since last sesh.
Last session, we went from Arthos to Amphar. We got some great stuff, and now we're heading to the Kingdom of Karnan in a way that our DM did not expect. And that's it.
Very factual and correct.
And
All the
like
thing-
all-encompassing too.
Yeah.
Like that is everything that
I
happened.
mean, I could go into like Cloak of the Bat and the little fortress and everything.
Yeah, last session was a lot of not a lot of stuff happening. A lot of stuff happened, but nothing like central to the plot happened. Party got some dope shit. You guys came to Amphar and had some dope conversations.
I could go into the specifics of Lady Noir, but
We'll save that for
the slash fiction.
yeah, exactly. Okay. On that note, then I suppose I will take us away. So, our tale begins today with the party entering the dockyard in the northwest quarter of the city of Amphar. We see merchants, sailors, and dock workers, as well as soldiers, all contributing to the organized chaos of the docks during wartime. All proper ships belonging to Amphar have been fitted to combat the impending invasion from the loch. However, there are, of course, those in the dockyard that hold no allegiance to the city-state, but only to gold, and war is nothing if not profitable for privateers. As you make your way through the commotion towards the docks themselves, your destination is not really that hard to find. You were told to look for a ship with purple sails, and there is only one such ship currently docked in Amphar, a mercenary ship of dubious repute. While most ships that don't belong to any king or country tend to have a somewhat unique appearance, none are so particularly flamboyant as the infamous Gentleman Bastard, a carved caravel crafted in the west, flying pastel purple sails. At its bow, a solid gold sculpture depicting an avian skeleton of some kind brandishing a falchion, which acts as the figurehead. As you approach, you see a grizzled-looking crab who is on the dock, bellowing orders to the crew as supplies are rapidly brought on board the ship. He says, "Quit your belly aching, Mr. Strang. We won't be seeing combat today. Now get those rations on the ship or I'll have your guts for garters." You hear the crab command as he himself picks up a large crate which is teeming with rope and begins to scuttle aboard the vessel, followed hastily by a young mouse whom he was just scolding. What would you like to do? I'm gonna fix my lighting really fast. That's what I would like to do. But you guys do other things. What's up?
I suppose I'll approach.
Sure.
Just whoever looks to be in charge of the vessel.
Yeah, so
I'm just gonna fly on the ship, actually.
you're gonna fly on the ship.
Yeah, I'm gonna fly on the ship.
Odetta's gonna get into the shadow of the sails and fly onto the ship as well.
With your cloak.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, so you both, I guess, make
I land
yourselves
right next to
Go.
Azel beaming at her.
in the middle of the ship. The ship itself is a fine ship. It is very well made. lots of ornamentation and such on its railings and whatnot. And the one who seems to be the most in charge here is probably this crab who is bellowing orders based on the fact that everyone seems to be listening to him right now. But around you, you see this crab individual kind of at the center of things, and this small mouse beside him. There also appears to be a frog lady who is kind of towards the bow of the ship adjusting some rigging. And you also see a rat on board as well. Noticeably, something because you are aware of this, both of you would notice that he does not have a tail.
Okay.
And they all kind of stop what they're doing and look over at you. Except for the crab. He continues what he's doing. He's like pulling this rope out of the box and just looks over in your direction. It says, you must be the princess.
Oh, good. You're expecting us. I don't think I was given anything to hand to you. So it's good that you know who we are.
As far as I know, we've already been paid.
Excellent.
It's also not every day you see a moth, let alone two of them traveling together with a ferret and a frog. So paperwork was not really required, nor do we have the time for it.
Oh, okay.
In any case.
I put away like the parchment I was rifling through.
Yeah. Says, in any case, I am Grackle Thrawn, quartermaster of the Gentleman Bastard.
The ship is beautiful.
We like to keep her that way. He says the captain should be joining us shortly. And as he begins to say, and I imagine you two, Randolph and Garen, are probably up there by now by like...
Yeah, I walk by the gangway.
Yeah.
Where the heck the thing is, and
Slowly making my way up.
For sure. So you guys are all kind of on the middle of this ship, which is a mid-sized ship. It's a caravel. If you don't know too much about ships, it's built for speed over power, but is still definitely like a force to be reckoned with. And it's not like a tiny little boat. And you immediately have your kind of conversation, almost as if on cue, as you hear footsteps coming up the gangplank, and you turn around to see someone who, without even anyone uttering any words, it's very obvious that this person is in charge. And the man who comes up the gangplank and onto the ship is a peacock. And his immense plumage kind of hangs down underneath him, almost like a cape. And he's dressed quite finely, the silver rapier at his hip. And he walks over to you, and the crab gives him a nod and says, Captain, we were just talking about you. Excellent topic as always. And he says, yes, Mr. Thrawn, thank you so much. You must be the princess. And he gives a very deep and dramatic bow.
I will return it.
Says, I am Captain Plume. It is a pleasure to have you all aboard. From what I've been told, I'll be taking you to Hiveholm. Is that correct?
Yes. Thank you.
Very good.
We appreciate your service.
Of course. I've been paid a lot of money to take you there, so service is the least I can provide. In any case, I hope you will find yourselves at home here. Have any of you traveled the seas before?
Have I traveled the seas before?
I don't know, have you?
I certainly have. The seas.
I probably wouldn't have.
Nary another home.
I feel like Arthos mostly fought defensive warfare, so I can't imagine they would
Totally.
have any reason to get on the
I'd
the
imagine
ocean.
I would have.
You've probably been on a ship at some point. I mean, there's lots of places where mercenaries are hired. So
I hold up my hammock, and I'm like, where can I put this?
He says, there are quarters below. I've arranged to have proper cots set up, but if you would prefer to hang, I'm sure you can find something to hook that on. In any case, it is a pleasure to have you all aboard. And he kind of starts walking towards the captain's quarters and says, Mr. Thrawn, how much longer will it be before we must depart? And the same crab you were talking to before pipes up and says, you should be ready to go any minute now. He says, excellent. Well, we are at your command. Should be under an hour before we leave. Simply let me know when you are ready to depart. And he will kind of go over to his quarters and shut the door behind him.
I'm just looking at cute pictures of ferrets right now. I'm sorry.
Sick.
I guess I'll go and find our beds and secure the spot as best it can be. I don't know how long we'll be at sea, but I don't know if I'll take too well to this.
You need a hammock. Helps with the belly.
I'll take your word for that. And with that, I just head down and find my cot.
I
think-
follow him and
Before you guys take off, Randolph is gonna be like, before everyone gets comfortable, I would like to speak my own truth. One thing they teach you in the Bard College is what to say. They also teach you what not to say. I'm afraid that I have not been the most truthful. My running into you at that bar, at that inn, was not merely happenstance. I have been working in Amphar's best interest this entire time on a peacekeeping mission. I'm gonna make a grave look at Aesel.
I look disappointed.
I'm gonna bow my head. And I'm gonna reciprocate. Because mine has been a mission of peacekeeping, and yours has been as well. We are in the same interest. I just want to make it known that now my interests are entirely within this group. I hope, I pray that you can forgive me. I'm gonna get down on her knee and I'm gonna take off my ring of truth telling and hand it to her just as a token of good faith, so that I may never be able to lie to you again. And also, if your sister is still single, I know that she gave me an eye. Stand back.
I look at the ring and I go to like close your hand around it, but then realize that obviously I can't touch you, and just kind of take a step back and just say, honestly, I should have expected as much. Thank you for being honest.
I am at the point that I feel, I'm going to gesture to everyone broadly in the group. I feel a camaraderie that I could never betray. The camaraderie that I feel as much in my own homeland.
Odetta shrugs and she says, you saved my life and you read my books with me.
And you're going to be a character in the next issue.
She trumpets.
Well, I won't say I'm a fan of this this enlightenment, but I appreciate your honesty. Couldn't have been easy.
Has not been easy holding this for several sessions, as it were. But-
Sessions of daytime.
Yeah.
Of nighttime, the cycle.
Exactly.
During that silence, you hear a voice unfamiliar to all of you, which you realize is coming from the small mouse who has just been standing beside Garen this entire time. And he says, "It's okay, frog guy. We forgive you. Just don't lie to us again. But water under the bridge. Am I right, guys?"
I just look at the others and like point at the
And
mouse.
you are?
He says, "Oh."
You minimus?
He extends a paw towards you and he says, "My name is Jim. Jim Strang." But,
I take his hand.
yeah, he's a mouse.
Oh, Dada.
I will also extend a hand.
Yeah. He looks at you, and he goes to take your hand, and you hear a voice come from the bow of the ship where that frog woman was. She says, "Jim, have you learned nothing?" And he says, "Oh. And then he grabs your hand and shakes it. And she's like, "Oh my god." And this frog lady comes over and she says, "Hello. I am Dorian. It's a pleasure to meet you all. You'll have to excuse Mr. Strang here. He's not the brightest. But he works hard. And you can yell at him all you want." And then Jim pipes in and says, "It's true."
Then I shall.
No. We would never yell at Jim.
We shall never yell at Jim. Sir, buddy.
I will
Jim
only
says,
yell
"No,
at him
for
if he
real.
is stupid."
It's okay. You can yell at me. Like, I'm just happy to be here, honestly.
I'm gonna turn to Guy, who I
Mhm.
presume is putting my stuff away.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
Oh yeah, that's just like always happening off camera. Guy is just tending to the stuff that we usually just gloss over in D&D. In this
Excellent.
campaign, Guy is the one who just tends to that.
D and Gee.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my fucking god. I love and hate that very much.
Cool. So, are you guys ready to scram?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. He's in the elevator.
Alonzi.
Cool. So, great. As you guys get ready to depart, you see the rest of the crew all getting things ready, tying down what needs to be tied down, raising the sails, pulling up the anchor, pulling in the gangplank, as the as Mr. Thrawn, the quartermaster, issues commands, and eventually the ship is berthed into the harbor and starts to sail away. Something you would notice as well as you're leaving is it's around this time, the beginning of this day, you see off in the distance something in the air, which I think all of you would probably recognize as the Dragonfly Cavalry from Arthos finally arriving to help support an Amphar. But that's all behind you now. And as you set sail, leaving the colorful rooftops of Amphar behind, it's not long before all you can see is distant shorelines to either side as the Gentleman Bastard makes its way down the Sundered Strait, headed towards Lake Dorakis, and ultimately Hiveholm, the land of the bees, and Queen Ragna. Now, this journey is going to take about 3 days. It's going to be 2 full days, and then you're going to arrive probably around like evening on the 3rd day. And the puppies are seasick. During this time, what would you like to do? We haven't had downtime in this campaign like at all up until this point, but you guys now have 2 full days of downtime.
I'm gonna learn to read, unless Randall has other stuff going on.
I'm definitely going to be helping Odetta learn to read.
Very cool.
Also talking with Dorian the Frog Lady, like, oh, do you remember this old place in Amphar? That was my stomping grounds.
Yeah, totally. And she'd be happy to converse with you. She is like middle-aged. She's fairly wise. She's the ship's, I guess, surgeon would be the official title, but she just knows some very basic healing magic. Like she can cast like healing word a couple times a day and stuff like that. And yeah, she would be happy to carry on with you for
Remember
quite
where
some time.
Gabe's Oasis was back over on Washington Street?
Oh, I went out with Gabe once.
Ah, yes.
Was he as dirty as I expect?
Dirtier. That's why we went out twice.
I have a couple things, but first I need to know more about this dragonfly cavalry. When you say cavalry, are they insect people flying on the dragonflies, or are they just dragonflies?
The dragonflies are like horses.
Okay.
Like they are
Very cool. I like it.
primal, much like the centipedes and stuff. Like they're animalistic, and they're being ridden on by a collection of knights.
Sick. I love it. I'm gonna be spending half my time reading one or two of the history books that I brought with me.
Yeah.
That we obtained, and getting really motion sick from reading on a moving boat. And
I would
never
let
having
you
been in
use
a
my
boat before.
hammock.
Oh, nice.
It almost completely negates waves.
Nice. And just flying up to like catch like a breather every so often.
For sure. It's definitely must-see in the belly of a ship. Very cool. Okay, so let's start a couple things. So Doxy, do you want to hit me up with a couple? Just hit me up with the 2 general intelligence rolls. And sorry, I meant to tell you, this will just count for the first roll because you're gonna have advantage. So that's an 8 and a 2. So that's an 8 on the first one. So roll another one with advantage. You have advantage because Randolph is helping you.
Okay.
And that is a 1 and a 17. You'll love to see the 0. 16's pretty good. So I mean, by the end of these 3 days, I mean it is only 3 days, but you managed to make some progress with your linguistic skills. Definitely more than you have on the road because you have like entire days to just sit and dedicate to it.
Also, I get to lay on my belly and kick my feet in the air behind me.
For sure. And I mean, yeah, you're probably now, I would say, at the point of linguistic skill where you could probably get through a book on your own, although it might take you like 10 minutes per page.
I'm imagining there's like pieces of paper where it's just like, it says, "My friend is Randolph."
Yeah.
The horrible Toys R Us scripts.
Totally. 100%. So that's fine. Also, Aaron, is there anything specific you're trying to learn about, or you're just like reading in general?
I think I just picked out like 2 random books from the collection and gave the rest of them to the spider.
Yeah.
For safekeeping. Sure. So whichever ones looked the most interesting.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, that might come up later. We'll see what happens. I might get you to roll a history check later. We'll decide what those books were at a future date. Okay.
Also, trying really hard not to wild magic surge, and kind of low key freaking out about it because we're on a boat. And what happens if things go boom?
Yeah, casting fireball in the belly of a ship would not be cool.
So trying.
That's how I always win fights in Sea of Thieves.
Very cool. Okay. And what's Garen up to during this time? Anything in particular? You're just chilling?
Nothing really of note. I spent a lot of the time in sort of solitude, just sort of staying at my bed, doing just sort of meditating. I probably look like I'm very like trying to prepare myself for what's to come, but more what's happening is he's extremely seasick and trying not to let people know.
Yeah, that checks out. Awesome. Okay. Yeah. So you guys travel. You clear your first 2 days, and by around noon on the third and final day is when you actually reach the mouth of the canal and get into Lake Dyracus proper. Um, as you enter this area, like just looking around, it is a pretty large lake and it's very deep. Like if you look off the edge of the ship, the water is quite dark. But that is beside the point. As you guys are traveling, you'll notice that the closer you get to the final destination, once you actually get onto the lake, the waves start to get a little bit choppy. And you can also tell the wind is picking up a little bit. Anyone who would like to can roll an insight check. We got an 8. We got a 13. We got a 15. Is Odetta even going to roll? Oh, you did. It's at the top. Cool. Very cool. Very cool. So oddly enough, it's actually Garen who notices this. You would be the one to notice that while on the surface he seems collected, you can tell there's an ever so slight edge to the captain as he's kind of staring out at the sea in the direction of Hive Home, which would be to your north by this point. Okay. So, as we continue on, the intensity starts to pick up a little bit continuing. Again, it's a very gradual change. But it'd be around this point where the captain would chime in. And he just says, there's something unnatural about this weather. By rights, I say the sea is acting like a real bitch right now, when only this morning I thought us to have somewhat of an understanding. Very troublesome indeed. And almost literally as he's saying this, it starts to rain. But the captain will say that he's confident that he can still get you there. It's not like there's anywhere else to go now anyways. You're kind of just in the middle of the ocean.
It was unnatural. Can I reach out with magic and see if it's magical in nature?
Sure. Make an Arcana check.
Mm-hmm.
Also, nature would apply here.
I would check nature.
Randolph is just enjoying the rain.
Yeah, very true. Okay, so with an 11 on nature, you're not really sure? You would definitely get a sense that something's kind of off, but you don't really know why, much to the effect of what the captain was saying.
I would look at him and then look at everybody else and say, it's weird. I don't know why.
I concur. Cool. With a 19, you're not sure really what the source of this would be. It's not like any spell or any magic you've seen before, but like you would know there are magics capable of altering weather and the environment and stuff like that. So it's very possible that someone is doing this via magic or something. Whether it's like intentional or not, that is nearly impossible to say. But the thought would cross your mind that like this is likely being caused by something, considering that there didn't seem to be any warning that this was going to happen, and with the intensity that it's picked up at. Now, the captain does seem convinced that it's nothing that the ship can't really handle, but you do hear something very faint on the wind. That doesn't strike your ears as simply gusts blowing off the sea. And as the gentleman bastard comes up and crests over one of these massive waves, the source of the sound becomes immediately obvious to you. And that is the sound of another ship. As you come into view, you see a long ship, which is flying the colors of Hiveholm. You're quite far away still, but you can see there are many warriors aboard it. And from this distance, you can hear them like screaming and crying out almost the same way somebody would in a battle. They don't seem to be fighting any obvious enemy, at least not for the moment.
Is it dim enough that I can fly?
No, we're like around afternoon right now.
Okay. But the
although
cloud
there is
cover doesn't
storm
count?
cloud. As you get closer, maybe not so much from here, but like you're literally going into the direction of a large storm. So in
I'll
like
throw a blanket over you.
yeah, in a short amount of time, it's very likely. Yeah, I would say that constitutes dim light.
I can attempt to get over there and find out what's going on.
Would also like to find out what's going on.
You can hold
Yeah.
on to my feet.
The captain looks kind of to the lot of you and just says, "Well, I mean, they're clearly in some kind of trouble. As I said, I've been paid a lot of money to follow your instructions, so what would you have me do?"
I mean, you would be able to fly in the rain, right?
There's nothing mechanically preventing me from flying in the rain.
That's true.
Okay.
I'm not
Unless
gonna
it
pay-
is like there's like high winds. I think there are rules for that in 5e.
For
Essentially, like if you're trying to fly like in like high velocity winds, you have to end your turn on the ground, or you'll
Yeah.
start falling when it's not your turn.
because you'll get
Okay.
knocked
That's how it
around.
works.
Well, once we get 60 feet away, she and I can go over there. Or you
I
probably
mean, I
have
could-
more than 60 feet, huh?
I can also fly with my loot.
I'm the only one who can't fly.
Well, can
And you
Garen
can't
grab
swim
onto your
either. Oh,
feet?
no. I don't know if I'd be able to carry him.
No, you would not. I'm wearing full plate armor.
Yeah, he's
Your boy's thick.
he's a thick lad.
We can shoot
Pick 'em
you out
off.
of the cannon.
Yes! We're pulling a Sea of Thieves, boys. Lock me in the cannon. We're doing
Well-
this.
Actually, so how far away is that boat right now?
Right now, you guys are still like a quarter of a mile away, but like you're moving up. It's the
So-
question at this point is, do you want to approach or do you want to just ignore?
I want to approach. Let's sail
Definitely
towards it.
approach. We're heading for Hiveholm. If they find out that we came across one of their ships in distress and ignored them, what?
Because
Like-
yeah, I do have dimension doors, so if we get within 500 feet, I can bamf me and Garen over.
There we go.
Sounds great to me.
Okay, so yeah, you guys tell the captain your intent. He just says, "Okay," and just rips the wheel off the starboard bow, and you start heading in that direction, altering your course slightly to intercept and see what's going on with this long ship. As you get closer, when or actually around 500 feet, so are you gonna zip over there right when you get to like you're in range? Me and Garen are teleporting over.
I mean, I would look at Odie and Aesol and just be like, shall I?
Yeah.
And then then I'm gonna. And then
Yeah.
if Garen is down,
Oh, yeah.
bamf over.
If their intent is to go over, I want to be over first.
I'll say, see you soon, as I'm holding Garen's hand and then gonna Nightcrawler bamf over.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah.
So you do that. Randolph, you just put a hand on Garen, and the two of them just disappear.
I put on a glove first.
Yeah,
I'm in full plate armor, so you can touch my armor.
That's true too.
That's
That's
true.
true too. But yeah, so you disappear, then reappear on the deck of this long ship, and looking around you, there is a group of bees Now, I don't know if any of your characters. I mean, Garen, you probably would have met bees before, and Randolph, it's not out of the question for you. It's not out of the question that any of you would have never met bees before. You guys have all probably had dealings with them in the past, so you would know kind of what their deal is. But these guys are all huge, like big, bulky warriors. All of them with like their bee fuzz around their body, almost like cloaks kind of going over their shoulders and stuff. All of them wielding like these huge battle axes and different weapons. And you would notice that there's also a few bees in the water that seem to be no longer alive. And when you appear right beside one of these bees, and then on the other side of you is the one who is very clearly in charge, just based on the way he's dressed and the massive maul that he's wielding, and his position on the ship. And they both kind of look at each other for a second and then look at you. And the one who seems to be in charge just says, "You just teleport over here from that ship," pointing towards the direction of the ship that you just teleported over here from.
We did.
Yes. We're here to help.
He says, "Help." Oh, God.
Yes, that's what I said. Yeah.
And you can see he kind of like relaxes his stance towards you, as if he no longer considers you a threat. He realizes you are not here to kill them. He says, "Well, ready your weapons then." And
To do what?
at this moment, you see the rest of you from the ship probably have a better view of this, but you guys would see this kind of all around you. Deep beneath the waves, adjacent to the longship, is something truly uncanny. There's light and lots of it flashing in these bizarre patterns beneath the waves. Before you have a chance to really even process what that might be, an enormous sea serpent, easily 200 feet long, erupts out of the stewing ocean and bites down the side section of the longship, tearing off a piece of its hull. The creature is both terrifying and also kind of beautiful in a way. It has these iridescent purple and turquoise scales which line its body, and most of which seem to light up in these bizarre patterns of bioluminescence. For those of you back on The Gentleman Bastard, you see Mr. Thrawn is the first to speak, and he just points like a big meaty claw. He says, "Captain, that's a bloody primal spawn." Now we're going to roll initiative.
Cool. I'm glad that I'm not on our ship for this. Should we wait for? Is there a map?
Oh, there's a map.
Okay, I just want to wait until before I roll
Here it
initiative.
is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Just re-roll and I'll put in whatever your original roll was.
I have a 26.18.
Hell yeah, dude.
You gotta love the nat 20 on initiative.
Oh, I should have probably clicked my token. I
Definitely
literally
don't
waited
hate
for
it.
that.
There's two.
Oh, I got a nat 20, but that don't matter because my nat 20 is just 20.
Okay, so Randolph's proper roll went through, did it?
Oh.
No. Can you re-roll initiative, Randolph?
Yeah.
And I'll just put in the proper number for you there.
Yeah.
Did Aisla go through? Aisla's
Tokens
there.
that you
Is
found are
Odie there?
insane.
Odie is not there.
I'm trying to find my... Oh, there I am. Sorry.
Yeah, I just kind of arbitrarily put everybody on the ship. Okay, you rolled a 28 the first time, right? Or 26?
26.18.
Very cool. Is everyone on the initiative tracker now?
I believe
Yeah.
so.
I'm surprised that there are so many people below me.
How do I look at a token only bigger?
You just zoom in on it.
Oh.
If you hold Alt and the wheel, I think it'll zoom. So we got Odetta, Garen, Aisel. I still do not have Randolph on this.
Yeah, I don't think I. Hold on.
Your token, yeah, is over here. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay, and what did you
Yeah.
actually roll? You rolled a 15. Okay.
The first one was a 21.14.
Oh, because you rolled up there. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna put you.
I hate that the boats have AC. Oh my god, why?
And hit points.
hate that so much.
I guess, yeah, that's something worth explaining. I put that there specifically so I would remember to explain this. The boats have AC and hit points.
Thanks.
I was
Amazing
concerned that was going to be
explanation.
very confusing, but you really just,
Yeah.
that was a quality explanation. Thanks, Dan.
For those of you who have never done like vehicle combat or anything like this in D&D, the way that it works is in order for a ship in this case, or like any type of vehicle, but a ship to take damage, like you're not going to be able to stab it with your sword and do like 20 points of damage if you hit an 18. In order for it to take damage, it's got like hull hit points. So in order for it to take damage, it has to be from something that, if it's a monster, it has to have like the siege breaker quality or whatever, or like massive damage, like cannons and stuff do hull damage, that kind of thing. So don't worry, your spells and stuff that have area of effects are not going to hit the ship and cause damage unless you cast a fireball for the sole purpose of destroying the ship. But I mean, I don't know why you would do that, but hey, you have options.
Never say never.
Yeah, exactly.
Josiah, I want you to know that if you kill Jim, I will never forgive you.
I'm not going to kill Jim, but this giant sea monster might.
He's dead, Jim.
I am Jim.
Saying this to Jim's corpse.
All right. Let's get some combat music going. So you guys pull up just as this happens, and first up is Odetta, to the surprise of nobody.
I'm gonna shoot the bad guy
Yeah,
Yeah, dude.
3 times, actually.
make those attack rolls.
And I get advantage for the first ones, right?
Oh
Or is
yeah,
it just the
'cause-
very,
'cause
very first one. I can never remember.
You have advantage on all your attacks as long as they haven't acted yet. That's a hit.
Hell yeah.
That's also a hit.
Hell yeah. I swear I
You might-
clicked it again. There we go.
And that's a miss.
Okay.
But you got 2 hits there.
Oh, I would have also Hunter's marked first.
I assumed. I definitely presumed. Which, I mean, I guess you should never assume, but I will
Yeah.
put a little skull on his thingy so that we know that he's been
He's been had.
Hunter's marked.
He is not a favorite enemy, is he?
What are your favorite enemies?
Giants and regulars.
He's not a giant, and
Okay.
he's definitely not a regular, so no, you do not get the favorite enemy bonus.
Oh, but I do get Dread Ambusher.
Only on the 3rd attack, though, right?
Gosh, dang it. I
It
feel
is
like
on
I
third.
never get that.
20, 26, 28. Okay, that's 28 damage. Very cool. Okay. You shoot a couple arrows into this creature, and as the arrows like penetrate its scales, you notice like these ripples of light kind of coming around its scales in the places where you hit it. He roars. Go ahead, Randall.
On Odie's turn, I would just like to yell over like, Odie, come towards me.
I would run towards her after that.
Cool. Move yourself.
I'm gonna.
All right. So for Randolph's turn, he's going to run towards the port or starboard. I'm never good with those terms.
This is as far as I can get. Oh, I'm right next to you.
As I jump off the ship, I'm gonna turn to Garen and say, "You've got this. We can defeat this together." I'm gonna give you a bardic inspiration,
Oh yeah.
and
If
I'm
you
going,
insist.
and then I'm gonna cast Fly. So I'm gonna be up in the air.
I will give you a little fly thingy.
Ooh.
Yeah. You're over there, so go ahead and move yourself.
Yeah. So I'll be like over here,
Okay.
and that is my turn.
And how high up in the air are you?
I'm probably like 20 feet above where I was.
Sure. So
Yeah,
like
'cause
20
I
feet
moved-
off of the...
Yeah, because I moved like 40 feet, and so I'm like 20 feet above
Yep.
where I was.
That checks out. Very cool. Okay, at the end of your turn, it's going to use a legendary action. And let's see how this goes. Oh, that's a hit. Cool. So its tail slams down in the forward section of this longship, which is gonna cause the longship to take some damage. Oops. That's its legendary action. Next up is the Berserkers. Who are all... What are these guys going to do? This is such a big combat. There's so many things. Okay. These guys... He's going to move back in the ship. He was flying in the air. All of these guys are going to go over here, and they're just going to start chucking javelins at him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that is a boom, boom, hit. Okay. Cool. So you see all of these bees go to the edge of the ship and pull out javelins and line up, and their commander bellows an order, and they all just chuck javelins at this thing. A few of them finding purchase in the sea serpent's flesh. Garen, it is your turn.
Okay. Well, I'm not super effective against a creature like this because I am pretty grounded. So basically, what I'm gonna do. This is poopy. I'm going to go drawing forth my my sword and using my bonus action to ignite it ablaze. Another 5, 10, 15, 20. Then prepare an action that if this thing comes into melee range, I will swing at it.
Okay.
And that's it.
You're just a Dark Souls character.
Hell yeah, baby. He better be ready for the SWAT rolls.
It's his turn now. That's sick.
Can we skip it?
Nah.
Yeah. I take another turn. I play Time Walk.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Yeah, dude. You never know. One time
quote.
it will work.
A quote from my boy Michael Scott, quoting Wayne Gretzky.
Edge of our movement, right? Yes. So he's gonna kind of like slither around to the ocean. He jumps up over the longship, which will afford you an attack of opportunity, because he's gonna pass within 5 feet of you if you want to try to stab him as he does so.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
Wait, me or Garen?
Garen.
Okay.
I will.
I guess it's not an attack of opportunity, but you ready to action triggers.
Yes, sir. So I will do the big swing. So 25 to hit.
Hell yeah, that is a hit.
You best believe your boy is smiting. I'm hitting with the level 3 smite-a-roni. So, first base damage is 9 slashing, 3 fire.
Okay.
Another 48 for, yeah, because it's first level's 2, 3, yep, 48. Another 15 points of damage on top of that.
Okay. Okay.
I'm assuming I don't get 2 attacks. I won't get both my attacks, just the 1.
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
That would be unreal if we could.
Yeah,
do
it's
it,
just
but...
to quote Doxy quoting Michael Scott quoting Wayne Gretzky, he missed 100% of the shots you don't take.
You're not wrong. Oh, I'm a dummy. I shouldn't have put him there. Oh well, we work with the hand we have.
Like dummy thick, you know what I'm saying, dude?
I don't. Stop.
Okay, sorry.
Please.
I thought you
Eric, he
might.
just said don't stop.
No, sorry. Damn it, I'm misreading all the
Okay.
signs.
Well, if we do this like this. Is that gonna work for me? If we do it from this tile, how does that work out?
Oh, he's gonna try and kill us all.
That can hit a B and a Garen and a Randolph and an Aesol and a Thrawn, so that's what we're gonna do.
They don't have to do that though, legally.
Yeah, legally you have to tell me if you're a cop.
Okay, so
Pierce.
I need Garen, Randolph, Aesol, along with this B and Mr. Thrawn back here to all roll me dexterity saving throws.
Can I assist? Can I use my reaction to assist Azel since she's right next to me?
No.
Garen, you still have the bardic inspiration.
All the bees within range, within 10 feet of me, have a +3 to their saving throws.
Oh, for real? That's sick. That's right, because of your aura.
Yep,
At 20.
Unreal.
I believe. 22. Hell yeah, baby. Most dexterous. This is Dark Souls.
Okay, can I use my reaction to save Aesol?
If you want to take the full brunt of the damage instead, sure. I'm willing to.
I
make that
have
trade.
to. She has like 10 HP.
If you want to basically use your reaction to swap places with her, you won't get a save. Like you're just gonna take the full brunt. I will allow that.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Sure.
Oh,
No.
Nody.
How many points do you have? Oh, you have enough. I think. I don't know.
More than Aesol does.
That's true.
She's like a sentient
Oh, by
doge.
multiples,
I didn't even
probably.
think about that. Aesol has so little hit points.
I probably have many times hit points.
It's basically a bug zapper.
Oh my god.
And
If I get
demon.
it.
Okay. So, for those of you
We
who-
swap places, Aesol.
Okay.
Okay, so for those of you who pass the saving throw, which is everyone except Aesol, I think, and Mr. Thrawn failed it also, and that B also failed it, but you guys both passed it. So you guys both take 25 lightning damage. Anyone who failed takes 50, as this line of lightning just
That's like
rips
double my hit
across
points.
the bow of both ships. This B guy is unfortunately no longer with us.
So success is 25. All right. Oof.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Garen rolled a 22, so it's a success is at least or at most a 22.
Yeah.
Also, oh wait, no, I did roll up there. I don't know why I rolled twice. Anyway, yeah, so he did make a save, so he only takes that. But yeah, so literally this line of lightning is incoming. You know, Detta, you can react fast enough that you are able to basically, I imagine, less pull, more so like you just shove Aesol out of the
I
way.
do-si-doed her on accident.
Yeah, which Aesol, you take no damage, and like the split second after that happens, this line of lightning just tears through. Odetta taking the full brunt of that.
I will scream.
And also, that's his turn though.
That was very funny.
Next up is Jim. Jim, what can you do? What you got, Jim? Jim is going to run up here and shoot at him with a crossbow. And roll in that one. What a legend. You see Jim up there, he's just like fucking with it. He's like, oh, I can't get him to go back. Next up is Crabman, who is going to do almost the same thing. He's gonna like scuttle across the deck and also shoot. And roll a 19, which is gonna hit for a whopping 2 damage. What a legend. Love it when the NPCs roll minimum damage. Okay. And next up is the captain, who just like kind of takes a look at what's happening, looks at his ship, looks at his crew, and he just goes, I don't want to bother. And he makes his way to this side of the ship also. What does he have?
Can peacocks fly?
Yeah.
Most
Follow
peacocks
question.
can.
Can they fly well, or do they just like do like chicken
Oh, yeah.
flies where they can just like hop?
No, they can
Really
fly quite well. He's gonna do the same thing that Mr. Thrawn tried to do, except he's gonna hit successfully 2 times for 6 damage apiece. That's 12 damage altogether. All right, Aesol, it is your turn.
I am going to kiss Odie on the wet nose. And
I whimper
I'm
a
going
little.
To cast Flame Arrow.
Very cool.
So you get warm fire magic that falls around you and your quiver, and your shots are going to do an extra 1d6 fire damage.
Heck yeah.
And because of my feet, you can re-roll that if you get a 1.
Fuck yeah.
Nice.
Sick.
And then I think I just fly 30 feet up in the air.
Yeah,
And
that
that
checks
way,
out.
this thing wants to shoot me, it has to only shoot me.
Yeah, good call. All right, next up is this guy.
Yeah, something tells me a fireball won't do much in the ocean.
He's gonna run over here to the edge of the ship.
Yeah.
And he is going to take his warhammer and attack 3 times,
My dude.
and somehow only hit. Oh no, he hit twice because he's advantage. There we go. He's gonna deal a whopping 28 points of damage overall.
Is he cranky?
No, he's mad.
Does he have BMS?
You could say he's enraged. Next up is Yelchin, who is our ratman, who is going to do the same thing that the rest of the crew is doing, which is take a shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. And he hits for 9 damage. What a legend. And then we have Frog Lady, who from this distance can only really do the same thing, and she blows it. Okay. At the end of her turn, the dragon is going to make an attack on the ship again. And hit for only 13 damage. All right, go ahead, Odetta. It's your turn.
All right. How long does that spell that you gave me last, Aaron?
It lasts an hour, or until
Okay.
I lose concentration, or until you fire 12 shots.
Okay. So it would not waste it if I were to, I don't know, cure wounds level 3 on myself. Okay.
Hopefully it'll last a full hour.
Because that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay. Are you moving?
No. I will
Okay.
stay right here.
Very cool.
Every fucking time I roll at least 1-1. Every fucking time. Still, my health is in a much better place than it was a second ago.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna use my bonus action to drink my potion. Oh, I don't have any. Didn't we buy potions? I thought we bought potions.
I think we were going to, then no one said anything about doing that.
I know that we did because
I'm giving you guys.
bought one. We talked about. Yeah, I have 2 healing potions because we. I remember we had a conversation about everyone's money.
Yeah,
'Cause
so you just
nobody
didn't...
wrote down how much money we had.
We also found some. I remember passing them out to them.
Yeah.
I left them by your bedside. Like,
Yeah, you found the
That's
dry
right.
you
out
guys
one.
took a nap and I like left you little things.
That
We didn't
is
take a nap.
right.
We were knocked unconscious.
Everyone I know,
Yeah.
everyone I know has at least one potion,
Yeah.
and if not more, because you guys did buy some between sessions.
And it's 2d4 plus 4?
For a basic health potion, it's 2d4
Yeah, how
plus 2, I think.
2d4 plus 2.
2d4 plus-
Okay.
And yeah, So you're drinking that with your bonus action?
Oh my fucking god, yeah.
Okay. Rough. Well, that's 18 overall. That's not nothing. Okay.
And that's my turn.
Aaron, has your sea serpent become a squiggly Rorschach?
It has.
That's a problem with Roll20 and the.
It's
the...
better now.
Okay, and with the gifts, sometimes when you're using animated tokens, they get funky. If that happens, just refresh it, and it should fix the problem.
It's really pretty.
Yeah, it's dope.
Okay. On that note, that's Odeta's turn, right? Okay, Randolph, it is your turn.
All right. So Randolph is going to fly up, and he's gonna like grab onto the mast of the ship, and he's going to yell at the sea serpent in Gracklethron's voice, because I have the actor feat, and
Oh, yeah?
well, I've asked you, scurvy sea dog, is that the best you got?
Excellent.
So I'm going to use unsettling words so that it has to subtract a d8 from its next saving throw,
Okay.
because I'm going to cast Fairy Fire on it.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So it needs to make it's a dex save for Fairy Fire, right?
It's a dex save of 15.
Okay, and you have to subtract a d4 from it.
A D8.
Okay, so why don't you go ahead and roll the d8,
Okay.
and I have rolled his save.
7.
Okay, yeah, he fails. Big
All right.
style.
So he's in a nice boggy green aura around him now, so everyone can see him.
Excellent.
And yeah, and I'm just holding on to the mast right now. Still got fly going, but I'm just holding up there. That's my
Totally.
turn.
Okay. Oh, actually, I misspoke, but for dramatic effect, we'll just keep roll with it. Last turn, that bee that got lightninged, who appeared dead, he didn't actually die. He instead dropped to 1 hit point.
Nice.
My
because
man.
They're bees. So yeah, Garen, you see this guy who you totally wrote off as being deceased. Just like get up, like start to push himself up off the deck of the ship. And the bees move in to attack. I think they can all get within strike.
He just like takes a swig of mead and then screams and charges.
Yeah, he's literally too angry to die.
Never in my life will you see me question the actions of a bee.
Well, they're all gonna go in swinging. And that's a hit and another hit. So that's 10 damage there. The one who just got up, he does almost exactly that. Like he pushes himself up off of the deck and just like unleashes a war cry, and just declares "For the Queen!" and starts charging towards this dragon. Sick. So he does hit. Love to see that.
I mean, they all have advantage.
Yeah. So he rolls in, and you see him just run in and lay both of his axes into this thing, and then just lurch back, and you see his stinger come out from the bottom of his armor, and he jams that into the dragon, who promptly like flails around and throws him off, and he now is dead. But he just did 42 damage to the dragon.
Jesus. Beezus.
Okay, Garen, it's your turn.
Well, let's step over here. I gave the lightning javelin to somebody else, did I not? Or do I actually have this?
I think
have it.
you have it.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
so
yours.
I do have it. I thought I might have given it. All right, so
It'd be stupid for any of the rest of us to have it. We all have
All right.
super low strength scores, I think.
then since this thing is still, is this in melee range if I move over here?
Yeah, you can move up there. Yeah, that's still technically you're like at the edge of the ship, so yeah, you can stand there. That's fine.
Ah man, I want to do this. Okay, well, I'm gonna cast a new spell that I got from my level up, and we're gonna boom cast Reptilian Vigor.
Hell yeah.
So you see my entire body just glow with like a menacing red light for a moment, and then you begin to see me move with inhuman speed, in fauna speed. But unfortunately, that is an action for me to cast. It does give me +2 bonus to AC and advantage on dexterity saving throws, which is huge right now. I can't use the action this turn yet because I only get to
Yeah, you
use
can.
it. Can I?
What
Can I
can you?
use? Can I use the one weapon attack?
Yeah, why wouldn't you be able to?
I'm not sure. I just kind of assumed that's the way it worked. Well, I'm gonna attack then.
Yeah, do it up.
It's a 27.
That's a hit. You have advantage too, so you can check for a crit because he's fairy fired, right?
Yep, I will absolutely do that. Just roll it a single time more. I did not crit.
You do not crit, but you hit him. The 27 is a
That's
hit.
good. So I will use a level 2 smite. Boom. And let's go ahead and roll the damage. So it's 7, 13, yeah, 12 plus another 3d8.
Okay.
Boom, another 14 on top of that.
Okay.
And that's gonna do it for my turn.
Excellent.
Yeah.
There.
Hell yeah, dude. Oh shit, I'm glowing.
Yeah, dude. Why not?
Yeah, exactly. Why not?
At the end of your turn, I'm just gonna use another legendary action to make a couple of claw attacks against the ship this time. Boom. Hit. Not a crazy amount of damage. But we're in double digits now. Now it's his turn. Okay, almost as if reacting to your taunt, this massive sea serpent being stabbed by all these bees and Garen with that radiant smite. You see, he kind of like lurches back and goes underwater for a moment, underwater in the dark ocean of Lake Dorakis. You see like a pulsating light, almost as if it's like charging up to something and building up faster. Speaking of which, while I'm on the topic, hell yeah. Okay, that's good to know. He comes up out of the water, and you see its face like open up in like 4 different sections. It unleashes an ungodly roar, and is going to jump over the boat again. However, this time, how far can we get? He's going to jump over the boat in this direction, coming towards the other ship that has been assailing him. And as he jumps over, you see all these little fins and different parts of its scales and stuff light up in like a crazy fast strobing pattern of lights. And I need everyone on the ship on the left, so all the bees, Randolph and Garen, to make for me a wisdom saving throw. Also, everyone standing in front of him gets an attack of opportunity, which does include you, Garen.
Oof.
Oh, I'm sorry, chat. I had to refresh roll 20.
Don't
It's
forget
being
the-
real weird.
B-boys around me get +3.
That's right.
I got a nat 1.
Yikes.
And I'm also 20, 30 feet in the air right now, too.
That's true.
And I'll take my attack.
And then we need to roll for all the bees.
Wow, I'm rolling really well with these attacks.
2, 3, 4, 5.
That's
That's a hit. That's a hit. And your attack is unfortunately a miss. He's gonna take a little bit of damage for getting over here. Okay. Right, and then I need to roll for all the bees. So there's 1, 2, 3 regular bees, and then leader bee. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so leader guy rolled 2 nat 20s with disadvantage, so that's fun. All the other bees failed though. Actually, that's not true. This guy survived. Oh, they get +3 from your aura, right?
That's correct. Yep.
So only one of them fails, actually. Okay, so one of the bees fails, and Garen passes as well, and Randolph fails. Oh, I forgot about that other bee. That's beside you, Randolph. How does he do?
Did you say that my attack missed my 27? I may have misheard you.
Oh, I'm sorry. You rolled a 27. I was looking at the damage. I was looking at the 9. Yeah, the 27 hit, so he takes that 16 damage.
Perfect.
That's my bad. Okay. So this guy fails. And this guy fails. And Randolph has also failed. Okay. Okay. We'll see what happens on your guys' turns. Also, something I didn't do at the beginning of this fight, but we're going to do it right now because he's here. Is he's going to make use of his frightful presence, which means I need everybody to make me a wisdom saving throw. This is a fear effect, so if you're immune to fear effects or you have anything going on with fear effects, this is a fear effect.
Do I have anything going on with fear effects? I don't think so.
I know paladins do at some point, but I don't know if you have that yet or if that's not till like way later.
Yeah, I don't think that I do.
That might also only be a retribution paladin thing.
I keep forgetting about my my sentinel ability though. I don't actually know if it would have procced anytime.
I mean, during this point, I don't think it would have procced yet. Also, because he's such a big creature, I don't think you can prevent him from moving because they have to be large or smaller, right?
Nope.
Really?
That's why you can change that. I will absolutely be totally fine if you retcon that. But by the feat itself, it does not matter.
That is
I think that's dumb and
fucking
bad.
stupid as shit. I'll put it to you this way. We'll retcon that unless you can give me a plausible way for how your attack is stopped.
Nope. I have nothing. I got a fucking sword.
If you're like, I'm gonna do this and it kind of makes sense, sure. But
No, there's legit no way I can think of that would work. Just that's the one thing about Sentinel I think is kind of garbage.
But there's no,
I'm
like,
sorry. Wisdom saving throw. I'm
Yeah.
being distracted here. I do not have anything apparently against fear effects.
I thought I did. I don't.
Okay. So
I think you get that level 10, Eric.
Yeah.
everyone passes except for Odetta, actually. You were frightened of it, which basically means that you cannot willfully move closer to it. You have disadvantage on attack rolls against it until you're not frightened. You get to make the save at the end of every turn. You can operate as normal, you just can't move closer to it on purpose, and your attacks have disadvantage against him until you're not frightened anymore. Which makes sense. We'll say that maybe that happened after you, I don't know, got fucking electrocuted. But yeah. That's his turn for now. Jimothy. Oh yeah, I guess I need to make a save for these guys too, huh? Wow. Okay. So Thrawn's the only one who fails. He's frightened of it too. Which, like, fair enough, honestly. Okay. Jimothy. Stab him. He misses. Thrawn. Stab him with disadvantage. Well, but he has advantage, so it cancels out. And so would Jim, actually. So these are both hits. No, they're not. This first one's not a hit. I lied, but the second one is. That's 3 damage. Wow. What a legend. Okay. Thrawn is going to, because he is frightened, scuttle across the deck. El Capitan, however, is going to run up and attack twice. Sorry, 3 times. 2 heads. So he takes 15 damage there. Awesome. Yeah, so the captain literally just runs up and he's like, oh, so rude. Get off of my ship. And stabs him a couple times. Just like weirdly unfazed by what's happening. Aesol, it's your turn.
Yeah, I think I'm going to move there. I'm still up in the air. Right. And I'm gonna cast Fireball
Yeah. Checks
as
out.
a 5th level spell.
Checks out. Hell yeah. Okay, he needs to make a save. Oop. Which he does pass, but that's still what, 15 to 18 fire damage? Jeez. Okay. You cast your fireball and he tries to duck under the water, which he does, but you still scorch him on the way down.
Mm-hmm.
Any further actions?
No. No, that's all I got.
Very cool. Okay. Next up is our boy, who is going to run to the end of the ship, jump off, and fly over. And is going to attack 3 times, as one does. Which, thanks to Dancing Lights, are 3 hits.
Fairy fire.
Dealing like almost 30 damage. What a baller. Okay. He used all his movement to get there, though, so he's done. This guy. Ratman. Stabs him. And Ratman's proving to be quite effective. As far as crew members go. Sick. She's got to run down here, I guess, to do that. 4 damage. Okay. Odetta, it's your turn.
Okay. Is there like a crow's nest that I can get to?
There would be, yeah. Like in the very center of the ship.
I would like to do that. Does that count as closer to the monster?
No.
Okay. So that advantage then would cancel out my disadvantage, right?
Yes, correct. 'Cause you
Excellent.
have disadvantage because you're afraid, but he's dancing lights, so you're just shooting at normal.
Okay. I'm going to recast my easy prey.
Yep.
Actually, I don't even think that I have to.
No, you don't. Because it doesn't drop dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hit. Those are both hits. Sorry, I just now realized it's 2 attacks. Because I'm good at D&D. So it's 15, 20, 24. Okay.
And then I
Did you add
make
your
a wisdom
2d6?
save. Oh, I did not add my 2d6.
Yep. Add that fuego damage.
Hell yeah.
Okay. So another 8 fire damage, which we love to see, of course. Okay.
And then I do a wisdom save, is that right?
At the end of your turn, yep. That's enough.
Hell
You
yeah.
managed to get a hold of yourself.
Okay, so this is really, really ugly, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Sorry.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I have an innate ability, to communicate with beasts.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just look at this and know if it's doing this out of nature or influence?
It does take an action to do this.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it says as an action. You can communicate ideas to the beast as an action. Although, yeah, it said then you learn the emotional state, whether it's affected by whatever. So it would require an action to actually use this ability, but you can roll a nature check for me if you want, just to see if you know like what this is and why it's doing this.
Yeah, I would like to do that.
How funny would it be if he's just an asshole?
I'm kind of hoping he is because
Like
I
he's
feel
just a
real
straight up
bad
dick.
for all
Underneath the water, he's
we've
wearing an
done
Ed
to
Hardy
it.
t-shirt.
Yeah. He has like a supreme ball cap on.
No fear, bro.
He's like, man, I gotta finish this up so I can go watch Joe Rogan.
He's got his tap out shorts on.
I gotta check my crypto rig when I get home. Can we hurry this up?
I don't just listen to Joe Rogan, I watch it on YouTube as well. No, I'm tilted to Joe Rogan.
Okay. 13 isn't like amazing, but it's enough. And based on what Thrawn said, you know, this is definitely like it's weird terminology, but like what we would consider an animal.
Mhm.
Like it's likely doing this out of instinct. This is probably what creatures like this do.
Okay.
Is just like they see a ship
Just an
as
asshole.
a big creature to be destroyed, and then all the little creatures inside of it can be consumed.
Okay.
That is what a 13 is going to get you. Okay.
I
At the end of... Sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. I look to Aisel and I say, "It thinks we're guts.
Guts?
It thinks we're guts. It eats guts.
Oh, okay.
The ship's guts."
We have guts. So it's not wrong.
Odie looks at you like she's disappointed that you could possibly be this stupid. But she's trying to mask it because she loves you.
At the end of your turn, it's going to use a legendary action to smash your ship, causing 50 damage. 50-some... What is it? 56? Yeah. Sorry, 54 damage?
Do we have to do, like, dex saves or anything for that?
Not yet.
Okay.
It's Randolph's turn.
All right. Rafa's gonna fly towards him. Doop. And so, would he have been able to hear Odie, her whole assessment of the creature?
I think that's reasonable. Also,
Okay.
I just realized you failed your save against the thing that happened last turn.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
So, if you'd be so kind, please put yourself back where you just were.
I'm back up there.
It was over there? Okay, perfect. So, you are actually charmed by this creature. You can still do whatever you want, but on your turn, you are compelled to walk your move speed into the water. You are flying, however, so this is kind of a weird thing. You feel compelled to move at least here. Where else you want to be after that, up to you.
I mean, I would assume that he just sort of drops fly, and so he just drops into the water.
Yeah, you feel compelled to walk off of the ship and get in the water. As far as your action, you can still do anything you want, except for attack the creature.
I mean, that kind of works out because I was going to cast Animal Friendship on this beast.
Okay. Okay.
Oh my God.
Use the ping animal friendship for me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sorry.
No
It
worries.
is. It is on my. It's from my loot.
Das Loot.
So yeah, it's a DC of 15. Yeah, I don't know if I have or if it has an advantage since I'm already charmed by it.
This must do a wisdom saving throw or be charmed by you for the spell's duration. If you're one of your companions harms the target, the spell ends. Okay. What's the DC it has to make?
15.
And it's a wisdom save?
Yep.
Okay.
Although if its intelligence is 4 or 3 or lower, it doesn't work.
Isn't it only works if it's 3 or lower?
It only works if it's 4 or higher.
If its beast intelligence is 4 or higher, the spell fails.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, yeah, so it only works if it's like an animal.
Yeah.
So it is going to potentially work. I'm going to just roll this openly for funsies. We'll see what happens. It does not become charmed by you, unfortunately.
Well, I still find you charming.
Okay. Next up is our B-boys. This guy's gonna just jump in the water. As is this guy. This guy's dead and his body's just floating up here somewhere. This bee. Also, I'm sorry, at the end of your turn, you get to make another saving throw to see if you're still affected by it.
Ooh, wisdom. All right.
Wisdom, yeah. I should do that for the bees as well. At the end of their turn. Okay, they both failed. Unfortunately, that is not a success.
Good thing I'm amphibious.
Right?
Yeah.
You're like the best person for. I feel like every time this happens, where one of the monsters gets like an ability that hits someone and the person fails, it's always you, and you always have some like niche thing that's like, it doesn't really matter. Like, oh, I'm immune to poison. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
sick. I can swim. Okay, sick. This bee is gonna move over here and huck a javelin and roll a natural one. Wait, he has advantage still. Oh yeah. Damage. Okay. And this guy's gonna do the same. Mhm. Okay. So a couple javelins go in. You see now this thing kind of starts to shift and change. Its color becomes much more of like a deep crimson. And it appears enraged, as it were. Garen, go ahead.
Cool. I like enraged big boys. Fuck. Just check something real quick. Okay. I'm not a super wise character.
Oh boy.
Just trying to think if can I do what I would like to do?
I don't know.
I don't think I can. Damn it. Yeah, I can. Alright, hold on. Let me do some math here.
Do some math, dude.
Okay. So, with the 30 feet I would get out of Misty Step, it's 30 feet, right?
Yeah.
Can I teleport onto this thing?
Sure. Why not? I mean, yes. Like, that's not even like me making concessions. Like, that is patently something you are allowed to do. Is teleport onto this creature's body.
Cool, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna Misty Step onto this creature.
Yeah, it's big enough. You misty step onto move yourself. I guess just like I'm just gonna put you up here for now. We all know you're on the creature. You're in
Cool.
each square.
So I'm going to strike him thrice, hopefully. Actually, there was a bonus action to do this, right? Sorry, I just have a lot of things I can do.
That's
so
okay, yeah. So use your bonus action to Misty Step, use your movement to get over there, so you still have your,
Damn it.
your full
Okay.
action, your haste action.
So I'm going to just strike it 3 times right now.
Okay, so my big question is, are you planning to end your turn on it, like grabbing onto it, or are you just standing there?
I'm gonna try to grab onto it.
Okay, because this is something I actually know a lot about because of Tobias. When you are on a mantle of massive creature like this, it's absolutely something you can do. Basically, what's happening is you need to make a strength check to hold onto it, and it makes an opposed dexterity or strength check. Or sorry, it's not strength; it's athletics.
So
You make
basically, I'm
athletics
grappling this thing.
against its athletics or acrobatics.
Okay. Do I have to do that as an action?
I don't believe so. I
Okay.
believe like you do, but you can attack as part of the same action.
All right. Well, do you want me to do the athletics first or after I attack?
Well, that's beside the point because you're gonna jump on him and hit him anyway. This is
Okay,
more to
so
see if he can throw you off or if you stay on his body.
All right. Let's
Go ahead and
strike
make your
this
3
guy.
attacks, and they all have advantage because
Yep. I keep
I
forgetting.
guess
that.
you have haste anyway. But
Yeah. So let me re-roll that. So
Yeah,
the first one, 27. Lots of 27s this combat.
Also a hit.
22.
also a
25.
hit.
And it's gonna go 3 first level smites, all on top of that.
Okay.
All right, so damage. So this is just the regular damage. So
Yep.
11, 10, it was 12, 10, and 19.
10 and 19.
Now, do you want me to roll the smite damage separately? Is it cool if I just roll it as
You can roll it all
68?
together.
So that's an extra 21 on top of that.
Okay. Okay, now go ahead and make an acrobatics, or sorry, an athletics check.
Okay.
It doesn't have proficiency, it's just gonna roll its natural score.
I imagine that's pretty good.
not bad.
Of course, I got the advantage on dexterity, not on the.
Not on strength, yeah, unfortunately.
23.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Not bad.
Your bonus is bigger than his is. It's athletics. Let's see. How does he do? Yeah, you managed to hang on. He thrashes around, but you are your sword is firmly in his body.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, you stab this thing 3 times with your sword, each time unleashing the fiery energy of Arcturus, and also unleashing the power of your paladin magic, causing it to thrash around and reel. And you also managed to hang on to it.
Excellent.
At the end of your turn. Okay, so here's a big thing. Okay, so that doesn't recharge. But what does recharge? What's the best I can do here? Actually, yeah, maybe we'll just do that. Eliminate half the problem. Alright. Yeah, sure. Okay. So he is going to move to this side of the ship, going under the water, taking you with him because you're on him. But
Yep.
he's going to come back up, so you're not going to drown or anything.
Cool.
He's going to use his lightning breath again. And I believe if he does it, because it's 10 feet wide, so if he does it on these 2, what can he do it on these 2? Yeah, then he can... Decisions. Wait, you're up in the crow's nest, aren't you, Odetta? Okay, perfect. So he can't hit you anyway. So then this is the place to do it.
So I have a question.
Yep.
Sentinel says that if they make an attack against another creature, I get to make an attack of opportunity against them. Would that count for this?
Technically, no, because it's not an attack. It is a ability.
That's fair.
Um,
Got to try to get that value, but so.
Yeah, no, for sure. I respect.
Do respect the hustle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
There's no chance save for this shit. He's targeting the ships with this attack primarily.
That's a roughie.
Which means give me the money. Big money. Let's go. We need to
No
do some
whammy.
damage here. Yeah, that's not terrible. That's an extremely nice number of damage.
That's a quality damage number.
I can guess what the number is.
You can.
The nice number, it's got to be 69, right?
Oh yeah, nice. Nice.
Nice.
What if it was just like random? I just like that number. Like I just really like the number 31, guys.
Yeah.
35.
I'm about it, dude.
Just a nice number.
I'm gonna just give them the save for free because it was targeted at the ship. But this B, none of you guys take any damage, which is nice.
I like that.
Bs,
I
as
like
well
not
as
taking damage.
the captain, as well as Mr. Thrawn, who goes unconscious from this. Actually, Crabman falls to the deck of the ship, and is bleeding. Yeah, he just opens up his mouth the same way he did to unleash this bolt of lightning, but then ducks down and just blasts it right through the side of the ship, out the other end, through the side of the other ship, and out the other end of said ship.
Randolph's all good? Hell yeah.
Okay. So these guys are gonna try to make crossbow shots, but we're gonna see how that goes. Crabman's making the death save. Attaboy. That's what we like to
Fuck.
see. So he takes two points of death. Asol, it's your turn.
I just see Nikki's face at the bottom of the screen, by the way. Looking up.
Extremely funny. I don't know if chat can see
So
that.
cute.
It's like just out of frame for chat, but yeah, that was very cute. But yeah,
20, 25, 30.
and yeah, as this happens, you can hear the longship, especially. Even I guess the caravel as well, like groaning and creaking with the damage that has just been done.
Well, we're gonna fireball.
Okay. Also, just
Just
for
report
fun,
that spell.
can you hit me up with that wild magic surge?
Yeah, I think we're at a 12.
We're at a D12 now, yeah. Okay. That's fine. It failed this time. It takes the brunt of it.
Nice.
You do a decent chunk of damage, searing off lots of things that don't want to be seared off. Okay. And are you ending your turn in the air?
I sure am.
Very cool. Beeman is going to turn around and run back this way and attack. Boop, boop, boop. What the fuck? Okay. I can... Whatever, dude. He still has advantage. Anyway, he rolled 3 crits.
Holy shit.
That's stupid.
Jesus.
It's my dude.
Nice.
Granted, all of the 20s were on the second dice. It was decidedly mediocre rolls. Fucking dancing lights. Not even dancing lights. What is it?
Fairy fire.
Fairy fire.
So that's a casual... What? Oh my god. 24... 37... 49 damage altogether. Okay.
I already made all the bee puns in chat. Otherwise, I would say unbelievable.
He comes up and says, "Be gone!" and smashes him 3 times with the hammer. Just literally like boom, 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 like hitting his face around while Garrett's in the back, like what? Hanging on for dear life. Okay, let's go over here and make a medicine check to try to save our boy. Let's maybe do that. Attaboy.
No.
Well, Miss Ross has one use of lay on hand, so she's using it.
Odie would have gone down there and groomed him, should that not have come to pass.
He gains his 8 hit points. Okay, I did it. It's your turn.
Alright, well, since he's back up and at him, I'm gonna go ahead and shoot D-boy. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, those are both hits.
Oh, also, don't I have advantage now that I don't have disadvantage? So
Oh,
you
yeah,
can just
so
call
that's
that my
okay.
first roll. Yeah.
Go ahead and roll another one with advantage.
Please.
That's also a hit.
Damn it. Alright.
I'm sorry that you hit twice.
I wanted a crit.
Oh, fucking excuse me.
Don't hate.
I mean, all of D20s for this session just got used up by an NPC, so, or an NBC, if you will.
I started up this combat with 2 4s, so
Yeah. Remember that time you almost got instantly killed? Me neither.
32 damage.
Okay. Yeah, I was tracking it individually as the hits came in. Okay. Couple great shots. He's starting to look pretty fucked up. Okay, at the end of your turn, he's going to use a legendary action to make an attack with his tail at you, Garen. He has disadvantage because you're on him.
With that, and I have +2 AC right now because I'm hasted, so I have a 23 AC right now.
You rolled a 21.
Hell yeah,
That
baby!
is a miss.
Get out of here!
It is now Randolph's turn. You're technically still charmed.
Mm-hmm. So
You're not going to move or anything, but you can take any action you want.
So I was gonna climb up back onto the ship if I'm able to do that.
Yep.
And
You're able to move as long as you are moving closer to him.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna move as close as I can. Yeah, I'm gonna get even closer.
That is basically the condition of the charm, is that if someone is charmed by it, they cannot attack and they must move closer.
Oh no, I love this dude. He's great, and I'm actually going to use. Where did it go?
It's like a giant anglerfish.
I can use universal speech to talk to him, like, my dear friend, creature. I don't know why we are coming to blows. And so I'm going to make it so that me and Garen and the big old creature can all communicate.
Cool.
I understand the
I'm sure it's
hostility,
exactly
but
what Garen wants.
I'm just like waving back and forth. I'm like, I don't think that talking to it's gonna do anything.
it certainly couldn't help. It's a good. You're a very good creature.
You
What may I call you?
you do this as it's like roaring, and like as you cast the spell, it's trying to smash Garen off with its tail, and it's just like roar, and like mid roar, it just somehow turns into speech. You just hear him going, "Get off me, you little son of a bitch!" What the fuck?
If he gets off you, will you leave us alone?
What is happening right now? How do you speak?
The same way that you do. We merely want to get to Ivehome with our friends, and I have no quarrel with you.
I don't know what that is, but my food's never talked to me before. Been eating too much purple moss. Holy shit! What is going on?
Don't eat the brown fish.
You can
I've got some quarrel with it.
You can make a charisma check if you want to try to like calm it down enough to talk to him for a sec.
So just straight charisma, or
Well, it would be like persuasion.
hell yeah. 24.
There we go. 24 is very good. So what is your objective here? You're trying to get him to just talk to you?
I'm just trying to be like, hey, we're just trying to go our way. Like, you can get some other food some other time. Just let us be.
Tell him we're not
We're
guts.
friends.
Tell him we're not guts.
We are
Sure.
not guts. We are not here for eating. There are other things for eating, and we are not one of them. We've already hurt you enough. We don't want to hurt you anymore. We can both go live to eat another day.
You start talking, and this is a neat thing about universal speech, is that you're not necessarily speaking like, it's not like beast speech where you're speaking like grunts and stuff and it can understand it. You're just talking and it can understand you now, which means that everyone around you knows what's happening as well. So there's not that weird, like, what's going on? He's making weird noises thing. So you say this and you see the bee guy beside you kind of like takes a step back, still has his warhammer at the ready, and like kind of side eyes you like.
Well, can I retcon it so that the bee with the warhammer also is in on the?
Yeah, like he can understand you. He just can't understand the dragon. But if you would prefer for him to be able to understand instead of Garen.
Yeah. If I and Garen, because I can do it up to my charisma modifier, so 3 beings. So it could be Garen, the beast, and old yellow jet. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, so he's in on what's happening.
Mhm.
So you do this, and the serpent kind of like calms down for a moment and like lowers its head to the bow or the stern of the ship rather. I guess this is the port side technically, and to the port side of the ship, puts its head right on, like almost at like level with you. So you're standing there, and its face is like right in front of you.
And I'm probably standing there like with my arms out to give it a hug.
Yeah,
'Cause I'm still charmed by it.
yeah. The charm effect basically just like charms creatures to walk into its mouth, is what it does. So you're standing there, and you see one of its big eyes look up, and it's just like, if you want to remove that thorn from the back of my head, then perhaps we can converse.
Well, and yeah, I'm assuming Garen can hear that. I mean, just like, Garen, come on, buddy. We're all friends here. We're all cool. No, I'm not a knock. There's no cops here.
He just.
You heard him. I know you heard him, because I heard him.
Stop being a thorn, Garen!
I drag my sword out of him, and I look
Guts,
over.
not a
and
thorn!
then very frustratedly, I'm gonna have to use another Misty Step because I can't swim to over there. And this is my last level spell. So
Tell it to lower you down.
So at the end of my turn, do I get to make a wisdom save to not be charmed?
Oh yeah, for sure. You can go ahead and make your wisdom save. Hell yeah.
This dude's
You're
great.
having a hell of a time with this charm.
Yeah, which is crazy because you're not even that bad at wisdom. Like, it's not a crazy high DC either.
You're having doxy luck.
But yeah, that happens, and so you misty step off of its back onto the bow or onto the deck of the ship, and Beeman takes a step back also,
The Beeman
Just-
seaman.
and he just says, "So the problem here is that I'm very hungry, and y'all are very edible. So, I don't know.
I mean, we're also very formidable.
That's true.
There's plenty further west to eat. Something with maybe a little less thorns.
Roll a persuasion check."
All right.
Tell him to eat the snakes.
I mean, they're on land, but yeah. Okay. He kind of looks at you and says, "West? What is in the west? How far west?" must I travel?
Wherever you find food. Just the closer you are to land, the more dangerous it is from creatures like us.
He
Don't
like
want to fight you.
pauses, as if like thinking, and just with one of his tail fins like idly like pulls over one of the dead bee corpses, and just like puts it in his mouth and just starts chewing while he's thinking.
I'm gonna turn to like the leader, the bee leader. Like, is it okay if he just does like is that okay?
He looks and says, "Well, normally I would take issue with such things, but given
Is
the
there anything you would like to
circumstances-"
say to him? I don't know if maybe you've run into him before, and
Yeah, he says, "You can understand me?" And the serpent says, "Yeah, I can understand you." And he says, "Well, for your benefit, I suggest you scram, or I'm gonna smash your head in."
you don't want the entire hive coming at you. I mean, yeah.
He's gonna try to make an intimidation check. What is happening? He rolled a nat 20.
Are the NPCs just fucking crushing it?
Just this one. All the other ones are whatever. This guy has rolled 5 nat 20s since we rolled initiative for this combat, and
Amazing.
I'm not okay with it. Anyway, he threatens the sea serpent. The sea serpent, who is visibly like pretty fucked up by this point, says, "Very well. I will head to the west." And then he just goes under the water and, and
I think as he
scrams.
goes, like, I think I meant to say east.
The massive sea serpent goes back into the water, disappearing beneath the waves, and starts heading up the canal that you guys came down. We'll see what happens with that at a later date.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's time for break. We skipped our first one.
Yeah, we were in the middle of fighting a snake.
Yeah.
On that note, yeah, no, this is a perfect time to take our first break. So we'll be back. Well, let's do 10 minutes since we skipped the first one. We'll just do our 10-minute break now.
Definitely.
So we're gonna take a 10-minute break.
It might be a little longer because I have to boop.
Sick.
Sorry, chat.
We'll be back in like 30 minutes. Just kidding.
It takes me a while. I have
we're
a
gonna
broken
take-
butt.
Our first break, and when we return, we will continue.
Yeah.
Midnight Toker, just to let you know, for that augury, asking what my favorite cold sandwich is. It's a toss up between either a like shitty dollar a pack, super thin sliced turkey lunch meat sandwich and peanut butter and honey.
Howdy, gamers.
Howdy, gamers.
Okay. So, where we left off with the primal sea serpent, not so much defeated as much as beat on and then like convinced to leave.
Yeah, and as it's leaving, Randolph's like, I meant to say east. Head east.
And he's
Not
like,
west,
the
east.
spell's not working anymore.
It lasts an hour.
Ah! Fuck you, I know you can still understand me. Going west, bro.
Not charmed anymore.
The sea serpent just literally ducks under the water, and you see the light slowly dissipate as it descends to the darkest depths of Lake Doracus. Now, on the deck of this longship, the bees are slowly recovering. The Viking bees are climbing back up onto the ship. Both ships sustained damage, but the long ship took like a beating, as you saw on the. It only had like 20 hit points left or something, but it's still afloat.
Were there
I would
any
approach the
losses?
captain, and
There are
I would
losses.
approach the captain, and I would say, "We need to get every fauna on the gentleman bastard now."
He just looks to you and then kind of looks around and says, ah, she's still floating. Isn't that right, lads? All the bees are just like, yeah, it's fine. They're just like bailing water out of the sides.
Wait, I
Like,
thought. Wait, which one took more damage?
the long ship.
The Viking ship, the bee
The
ship.
Viking ship, yes.
The one that Garrett and I are on.
Yes.
Yeah. So I would go to the captain of our ship and say we need to get the bees on our ship.
Oh, I thought you were
Yeah.
talking about you go to the captain of the other ship.
No.
In that point, he would just look over at the log ship, be like, it seems okay. But if they want to join us, they're more than welcome to.
I would
I would-
trumpet to the captain of the other ship and all aboard.
Yeah, and then he says what I just said originally, thinking you were talking to them. They're chill. Their boat is like a little bit more in the water than a boat is supposed to be, but technically still above, technically still on the surface.
Like, oh, so you guys are all right then? You're all good?
Yeah, and now on that ship, on the long ship, as you guys are talking, the leader looks to you and Garen. And says,
I'm also on that ship.
that's right, you're also on that ship too. He looks to everyone who's on that ship, as the bees are kind of like doing their best to keep it afloat, and just says, who are you guys anyway? Where'd you come from?
My name is Aisel, and we're actually on our way to Highfoam.
Well, it's fortunate you showed up when you did. Was not expecting to encounter the primal sea serpent today. I
I'm glad
was
we were able to help.
expecting to survive once the occurrence took place, even less. So we are grateful for your assistance. It's not every day you see a frog convince a sea serpent to just leave.
I mean, it happens more often than you'd think.
I mean, I didn't think it was going to happen at all, and it happened one time, so you're
Exactly.
objectively
More often than
correct.
you would think, yes.
You are objectively correct. In any case, then perhaps it is somewhat clandestine that we should meet if you are headed towards Hive Home.
Mhm.
It's only half a day's journey from here, albeit we are slowed somewhat. We can still get there before sundown.
We would be happy to help you. Take your ship the rest of the way. And I'll just like prestidigitation some water off the boat.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think Randolph would probably try and cast some cure wounds on some of the bees that are hurting.
Some of the other
Odetta
bees,
would
yeah.
also help with that.
I have 40 points of lay on hands I have yet to use, so.
I'll use the rest of my spell slots helping people.
Yeah. And yeah, as you guys are doing this, him talking, I guess primarily to Aesel, but just also to all of you in general, he would introduce himself as he would say, "My name is Signoth, and I'm sorry, you said your name was Aesel."
Hazel. Actius Luna. And this is Sir Garen. And
I am
Randolph,
the Randy Dandy.
and Odie.
Of course.
Hi from the other moment.
Yeah.
And the crew who agreed to take us out here.
Yeah, he looks over that direction and says, "I am familiar with this ship, though we have never met before." He just gives like a bro nod over to Captain Plume, who of course responds in kind with an extravagant bow from the other ship.
I like the idea of him leaning back with his hand on the boat wheel, doing the.
Just shaking his
So-
tail feathers.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he gives a very extravagant bow from the other ship. And it's just like, "Are you all right over there? We can tow you, you know." And he just yells back, "Keep your ropes to yourself. We'll guide you into Hive Home." He says, "Okay, if you change your mind, we have lots of ropes." Signoff is just like, "As I said, keep your ropes to yourself." "I intend to. You're welcome to join me." "Just kidding. Unless." It's like, what is this guy's deal? Anyways, as mentioned, I presume you wish to seek an audience with the Queen. I cannot imagine why anyone would travel to Hive Home for any such thing. So, or any other such thing rather. So, I will
Yes, we would love to meet the queen.
make introductions for you. It's the least I can do. Given
Thank you.
the circumstance, I'm sure she'll be grateful.
The serpent stance. I'm
Hmm.
sorry.
Quite. Not a big fan of puns in Hive Home.
Oh,
That's strike one. 3 in the.
you guys should have a different name.
Yeah.
Why?
It really stings, doesn't it?
That's one.
Well,
B puns count for 2.
oh, beehive.
Just you hear
He
the
just pushes
distant
you
sound.
off the boat, stinging you on the way down.
Still have one left.
I'll help them bail. 'Cause I imagine there's going to be lots of bailing.
There's
to
definitely
occur.
lots of bailing happening for sure.
Odie will fly on over and do the same.
Yeah.
She'll land right next to a bee and be like, "Pretty neat, huh?" Like, she's still obsessed with her cloak.
For sure. Yeah, and as the serpent is leaving, the weather starts to normalize a little bit more, almost as if its abilities in arcane nature were the cause of the tumultuous seas. But yeah, so Signoth offers to guide you guys into the harbor at Hive Home. And basically, once everything is all set and ready to go and the ship has been sufficiently patched, he'll start leading you north. So I guess that's what we do. We head to the north. Now, the long ship, which is helmed by Signoth Ragnarsson, leads you to an enormous cave in the cliffs beneath Hiveholm. Because as you might be able to tell looking at the map, Hiveholm is on the edge of like a sheer cliff pretty well. So their port is actually on level with the water underground and connects to the water via like a big cave opening. As you enter, the only illumination inside said cave comes from the torchlight on the two vessels. Eventually, you do come to the underground port of Hiveholm, As you get to this area, which becomes much more luminous as you come in, and there's torchlight everywhere, you see dozens of longships, which are all tied up and anchored along the numerous stone jetties in the port. Signoth pilots his ship into one to make port and dock, and he signals from his ship, directing the gentleman bastard towards one of the longer jetties in the harbor, providing the caravel a little bit more space, considering the ship is a lot larger than most of the ships that come through here. Because as you guys know, they are traders, but they do a lot of the trading in foreign ports. They don't often have people here. It's a lot more of them going out into the world. But yeah, so the ship comes in. Thrawn, who is still alive somehow, bellows some orders. The ship is tied up, and anchors are dropped, sails are put away, and everyone can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The captain will look towards your group and just say, well, we'll have to make some repairs and, of course, restock from the journey. So I imagine we'll be here for 2 days to wait out the storm. But I imagine our business is concluded, at least for the time being.
Thank you for the safe passage.
I don't know if I would call it safe, but you are most welcome for the passage nonetheless.
We got here.
That's true. That is true. In any case, I sincerely hope I should see you all again at some point in the future. Take care of yourselves.
Absolutely, thank you.
And on that note, unless there's anything else you guys need to do on this ship, we can move on.
I will give Jim a hug. And just say, don't let anybody ever yell at you.
Yeah, Jim tears up. He says, I'm gonna miss you guys.
I thought he was one of us now. I thought he was coming. Aren't you coming?
I thought you were one of us now. Why are you leaving?
We have to kill some snakes.
That makes
Doesn't that
sense.
sound fun? Don't you want to?
No, that sounds scary and bad.
Oh,
I almost got killed by a snake, actually, like today.
these are much smaller snakes.
Like small, so small that like they're smaller than me.
Could be.
Okay.
They
okay,
will be when we're
okay,
done with them.
Okay. And Thrawn just like hits him on the back of the head with a claw. And it's like, boy, get to stowing. He's like, okay. Geez.
He's one of us now. Sorry.
Thrawn just looks at him and looks at you guys and says, are you serious? Because like, please take him. And Jim's like, no, look, I'm stowing. And Jim continues his confusing existence aboard the gentleman bastard.
I'll make some friendly goodbye croaks to Dorian.
Mm-hmm.
Josiah has learned his lesson. He does not let the party take any
This ain't a orphanage, dude. Okay.
Once we get far enough away that it's not practical to say anything, Odetta will turn around and trumpet at them.
Checks out. Yeah, and they'll give you a wave
And
as you
smack
guys,
her bow into the ground twice.
Totally. And yeah, waves and bows and whatnot are all exchanged as you guys make your way off of the gentleman bastard into the port of Hiveholm. Now, you you'll be greeted by Signoth, who comes over after dealing with his ship, and the former, I guess he's not really a ship captain, because that's the thing. Like, these guys don't really, like, a ship is a ship. They don't have names or whatever. It's a tool, right? Like, he's not like a sailor by trade. He just happened to be in charge of a group that was on a ship. So calling him a captain isn't really correct. He's more like a war leader, really. Whoa, my lights just got fucked up. Oh my god, what is happening right now? Everything's so blue. I'm just blue man now. Anyways.
Die.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Clearly you needed the assist.
Yeah, what is going on with my lights right now? Can I just do this? Okay, there we go. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, he comes over after speaking with some of the other bees here, and the scene before you is very similar to the one you left in Amphar, except with less urgency about like an impending invasion or anything like that. But it's a dock. It's busy. There are busy bees everywhere. Whether they're dealing with the massive stores of mead and other export that they have here, or contending with various imports, it is a busy commercial district. And Signoth comes over to you and just says, well, I've sent word. If you wish to meet with the queens, follow me.
Oh, thank you.
Let's go. And he begins leading you through the port. Unlike many of the other places you've traveled, you guys don't really get too many odd looks here because while it is very rare for visitors to be here, everyone's way too busy. Everyone is milling about. It's a very active, lively vibe, I should guess you could say, happening here.
Lively vibe.
Nope. So you get led through this winding tunnel. I mean, there are steps carved into it, but it is very much a tunnel, the mouth of which is pretty massive. But as you follow Signoth further towards the surface, because you are going up, the tunnel gets smaller and smaller and starts to become more of like a normal sized hallway, as there are tons of branches that split off of it going in an uncountable amount of directions. All the walls have sconces every few feet to light this place, so it is very well illuminated. And the sounds of an entire civilization really fill its storied halls. You eventually get to a point where you're now very clearly beyond the like laboring districts. You're beyond the working and crafting districts, and the waxen halls begin to show these kind of fantastic carvings and effigies and stuff like that, all of which depict various heroes and great leaders and stuff from Hive Home, all doing their best in battle.
Effigies.
I'm begging you to stop. So Garen, you in particular would actually notice one of these carvings, which brings back memories. Maybe memories that you prefer were not remembered. But that would be that of the Battle of Bathurst, which was one of the closing battles of the War of Three Crowns. The relief seems to depict the heroic slaying of the former ruler of the Loch, Emperor Odrin the Immortal, at the hands of forces from Hive Home, Karnan, and Arthos. A battle for which you were present when that happened. It's very much carved in a way that art like that often is, and everything seems very lofty and heroic, but you know that it was very much kind of brutal in a lot of ways. But continuing your ascent, you do finally start to see windows which overlook the cliffs of Hive Home. You can see the sea, or the lake rather, from where you guys came. And not long after, you eventually find yourself in front of a grand pair of double doors. Signoth turns to the group and explains that the queen is in the throne room, which lies beyond these doors. And he would tell you, he'd say, I ask only that you allow me to speak and inform her of what took place, and then you may say whatever it is you wish to say to Her Majesty.
Oh, of course. Thank you. Is there anything else we should be aware of? We didn't bring any gifts, unfortunately.
That's okay. Given the circumstances, I'm sure she will not be offended, especially considering you aided in the saving of some of her warriors and one of her ships. So,
I think before we go in, I'm going to use sending to just, like, let Taliesin be like, hey, we're in Hive Home, gonna meet the queen. Want me to say anything?
he would just say, "Oh, the queen. Very good. Don't mention me by name, but otherwise say what you will."
And then I'm just like, think to myself, wasn't gonna anyways.
Right. Very good. So, the doors open up, and Signoth enters first, and you are in the throne room of Hiveholm, which is quite grand. There are guards standing every like 10 feet, which look very well armored and equipped. This room, of course, ornately carved effigies in all of the walls, banners and tapestries hanging everywhere. And sitting on the throne is indeed the queen of Hiveholm. And Queen Ragna sits there. Cuts a pretty imposing figure. It's immediately obvious to you that their rulers in Hiveholm are not like many of the other rulers across Sylvain. She definitely doesn't strike you as a person who is happy to just sit in her throne and kind of do things from behind the scenes like most rulers are. She is huge, physically built. She's standing there in that like Jarl pose with like an arm up on a greatsword. Like her body is covered in scars. She commands a very imposing presence. And Signoth enters, does a deep bow, just says, "My queen, I sense messengers ahead. I'm sure you are aware, but these are the travelers who aided us against the primal sea serpent." And she just kind of like waves a hand and says, "Very good, Signoth. Thank you. I will speak with them myself." He just bows and like steps to the side, basically giving you the floor.
I'll bow deeply.
Yeah, and she will nod. And say,
I will as well. Very.
Of course, yeah.
I'll bow.
I'll bow as well.
So you guys come in and do your bow, and she will nod and say, "Well, I was not expecting to see anyone from your lineage ever again. Doubly so. Yet here we are."
Indeed. Your Majesty, I won't cut any corners with what I'm about to say. We have evidence that suggests that Karnan is, at least in part, responsible behind the war brewings, and we seek to stop them.
If there is a war brewing, which right now there certainly is, my default assumption is that Karnan is involved in some way or another. So this does not come as a surprise.
I'm aware of the pressures that are put upon your kingdom by being in such close proximity with them. And I'm sure you'd like some of that pressure alleviated. I'm not expecting you to declare open war against these people, but any aid that you could offer would be beneficial.
She nods as she thinks on this and says,
And as for what we can offer you, Arthos is in a very strategic location for trade and such and the like. If you look at its location, it is a middling point between many other nations. If we were to increase our relations, we could offer all kinds of assistance to your kingdom, I'm sure. My ancestral home, in fact, was on the channel, leading from the lake to the sea. Perhaps something can be done there.
Perhaps. When it comes to negotiation, however, especially something of this magnitude, there are two things which I require. First is to fight with or alongside someone, at the very least to see how they fight. Signoth has told me of your exploits, so in this, I'm willing to take his word for it. However, the second is I must see how you feast and how you drink before we have any discussion of diplomacy. And to that end, I will see you all this evening in the Great Hall in celebration of your victory over the serpent. And perhaps then we will discuss the future of our two kingdoms.
Well, I look forward to it. I turn to the rest of the party members and I'm just beaming.
She says, "Good. Preparations are already underway."
And Jern be like, Maxim would have really helped out now.
Yeah, I was about to say.
All right,
like, this is what he was born to do.
Yeah, and she will just kind of gesture towards Signoth and just say, "Show them to quarters. I imagine you will be staying with us at least one night. We will see that you are comfortable. Otherwise, I will see you this evening."
Thank you.
Of course. Nothing less should be presented for those who so readily came to our aid with nothing promised in return. In any case, I shall see you in a few hours. And she'll gesture to Signoth to basically just like take you guys out. And he will do so. He'll kind of lead you out of the throne room to an area which you are very familiar with. Not specifically in this palace, but you've been in many palaces like this recently, where they just have guest chambers set aside for you to stay in, which are quite comfortable.
I will ask for Signa's advice on how to I don't know how you say it.
Proper decorum.
Imbibe? No, I was gonna ask how do I drink the alcohol to keep up with them.
Mm-hmm. When you say that, he laughs. He kind of chuckles. He says, "The advice I would give you is this: do not drink so little that you fall behind. Do not drink so much that you seem to succumb to hubris. Merely try your best to keep pace. And should you do so and end up taking a nap on the floor, at the very least you will have shown that you are unwilling to give up,
Thank you.
which is a merit in and of itself. Certainly no one expects outsiders to keep pace with our celebrations, shall we say. Except for those on the lock. Ever heard the expression "drink like a fish"? There's reason behind that.
Oh.
In any case, and he just like opens the doors to these guest chambers and says, "I will leave you here. I'll send someone to collect you in a manner of hours." Until then, you are our guests. Feel free to do whatever you like. And then he'll leave. And as you're here, Guy comes in like dragging all your stuff, and he's like, "Oh, so the Lord, are you sure about this, princess? These people, they're very, how do you say?
Hey, these are almost our kin.
Hmm. Hmm. You start, like, putting your things in the corner, like beside whichever bed he deems the most comfortable, therefore the one that you will be sleeping in.
Does he test all of them out first?
Oh yeah, for sure. He goes over to each one and like pushes on it with a hand and goes, pushes on all of them. Goes back to the first one, pushes on it again. And it's like, yeah, okay, this one.
I don't really have much to do like until
Yeah, that's like we can totally
Consigned
move on unless
party.
there's anything anyone wants to do specifically here.
I think I'm just gonna take a short rest to regain some hit points.
Sure. You guys can all take a short rest if you'd like. I
I
guess I
didn't
could.
take any damage because Odie saved me.
That's true.
I'm pretty great.
I actually. How much lay on hands do you think I would have used during that combat?
I will leave that at your discretion because you just said you were going to use some to.
I'll say I used 15 points to heal them.
Does lay on hands cure disease and poison?
Kind of.
Sir.
It cures
might-
hit points, but you can also expend 5 points of it to
Mhm.
cure a disease or a poison.
Do you want to save some of that for the
I
festivities?
absolutely was what I was thinking about.
Is that why you're asking? Yeah.
Yes. And that
I have no
will-
spells.
Hell yeah.
That'll finish me off.
I'll use to regain a spell slot. Oh wait, no, I don't. I'm not a wizard. I'm a sorcerer. I can't do that. Never mind. I do nothing with my short rest because I don't have anything I can do on a short rest.
You can
Excellent.
sing us a song.
Absolutely. Here we go. I do have Song of Rest, so that gives everyone an extra 1d8.
Oh,
Two
then I am
hit
going
points.
to give myself one of these hit dice back. Actually, fuck it. Who cares? It's not like we're gonna take another short rest. It's fine.
Okay. I mean, it
Should
does
tell-
matter because on a long rest you only get half your hit dice back.
Yeah, but I have 5 of my 9 remaining.
Then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at all.
Okay. Well, moving on then. Both 3 hours passed. It's roughly like 9 p.m. And Signoth actually comes to the door, knocks a few times, and then opens it. I'll just say, well, preparations are in order. If you would care to join me.
Excellent.
And yeah, he will lead you through Highholm. And this is the first time you're really going through like a big portion of the city. The city is basically and the palace are one and the same. It is one giant structure above ground. It is because the bees are able to fly. So it is built with that in mind. It is very much a vertical city. Like there are tiers of the city that kind of like the city square is almost like a circle that goes all the way up to the top and out the top. And there's like smoke and stuff coming out of there. And there's like rings to it. And each one is like, there's no railing on the outside edge because you see bees above you like 30 stories up, just like flying across and stuff like that. But you were taken into a chamber on the main floor, which is the Great Hall of Hiveholm. And as you enter through this huge area, like there's no doors on this, it's just a massive opening that leads into here. It's very obvious to you immediately that no expense is spared in the celebration of any type of victory, no matter how small. And as you enter, many of you are taken aback by just the grand nature of this place. You see these 12 tremendous wax pillars, each one hand carved to depict the most famous acts of heroism and bravery, all reaching up to the ceiling. The walls, much like the throne room, are adorned in all manner of these fantastic tapestries. And hung between them are famous weapons taken into combat by legendary warriors. And from the ceiling hangs an enormous skull of a creature that none of you have ever seen before. You don't recognize what this is. There are just rows of massive teeth set in a jawline that's easily the length of two long boats back to back. Eye sockets big enough to contain entire structures in and of themselves. It looks ancient and weathered. Clearly some type of trophy from an age very long past.
Are the bees the most ancient of the civilizations?
You can roll a history check.
Odie would not know. Like Mallory wants to know. Odie doesn't care. Odie wouldn't even think to ask that question.
I'm proficient in history. I can roll it on your behalf. We would something we'd like to know as a party.
On your what half?
Stop.
On your B half?
Okay, it's done. I was literally just about to say you can have advantage for not saying B half, and then Dan cut me off and fucking ruined it.
Totally worth it.
No advantage.
Agree.
17. So yeah, Aisel would know this. They're not the oldest per se, but they are one of the oldest people with a consistent like societal structure. Like the current leader can easily trace her roots back to like the first queen that they ever had.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in almost every other society that either just isn't a thing that's true, or it's very convoluted and like power has changed hands between multiple families and stuff. With them, it's very much like, no, the same bloodline has basically ruled Hive Home since its inception, which means that their history is a lot more intact than most other places because they have that like level of consistency that most places just don't. Also because of where they are, they're very difficult to wage war with and attack. So they haven't really lost like archives and stuff the way that many other kingdoms have at one point or another because of sieges or something like that. Not that they haven't been at war before, but Hive Home proper, like the capital, has never fallen into enemy hands, which is something that cannot be said for most kingdoms.
Okay.
No matter how brief.
Very cool. I was just curious. Thank you.
No, for sure. But yeah, so sitting at the head of this massive table, which is easily a couple 100 feet long, is of course the queen, and there are open seats around her, and as she sees you enter, she like waves, like gesturing you to come over.
Yeah, I'll come over.
Yeah, so you guys, I imagine, go over, and Signoth comes with you, and there's a seat there for him as well, along with the other bees who are present on the long ship. She just says, well, let's begin the celebration of your victory and survival. And just a crazy amount of food is brought in and put on this table, and there's bees everywhere. Everyone's having a grand old time. The drink of choice, of course, being mead. Yeah, and you guys would all receive a big old tankard of mead. And unless anyone's abstaining, let's make some Constitution saving throws.
Odie doesn't drink. She would be having acorn tea.
Before I drink, just a vestige of my old wartime when I spent some time next to my bee brethren on the battlefield. I'll say like a proper bee-ish. I don't know what the name of the language would be.
They speak the same language as you guys. They also speak insectoid, but it's like a different dialect.
But I'll say a proper Hive Home like drinking like Prost with
Yeah.
some equivalent.
Ostrovia.
Absolutely.
I am also going to cast from my DOS loot protection from poison on Aesol.
Yeah, I believe. Okay, perfect. Also, I believe the toast you're looking for is skull.
Skull.
It definitely
Um,
is.
But yeah. So, very good. Aesol, you have advantage.
I have
because-
advantage.
Because he
Neat.
gave you protection from poison.
Do you want me to roll another d20 or?
Just roll it with advantage. That's fine. Hell yeah. Cool. And this isn't like a per drink basis. This is like a per hour basis.
Yeah,
we'll
yeah.
say. Oh, I guess I.
Aren't you immune to poison?
I mean, I still get drunk.
Yeah.
Not this poison. Hold on one sec. Here we go. Okay. I'm also rolling for the queen. Excellent. Cool.
Odie won't get the social implications here and will be like cheersing her acorn tea with everybody in the mead and stuff.
Totally.
And
Um,
all about it, just like, this is so much fun. I haven't had this much fun in so long.
Yeah, and the bees, they know how to party. You know, it's during this time here, like after a few drinks and whatnot, and also just like the type of conversation, the atmosphere. Unless you were like being cognizant of it, which you definitely are because of the type of person you are, but and this is true of all of you, it's easy, except maybe Odie, it's easy to almost forget that you're in the presence of a monarch because she does not behave in the same way that, like, there's no pomp and circumstance about what she says and how she says it. Like, she's here to just get hammed and have a good time. And yeah, another hour passes. Let's, oh man, she rolled a nat 20. What is up with this?
He's too strong.
I'm furious that this wasn't the day that I made you guys fight like a bunch of stuff and it was one big monster, because they would have rocked you with the amount of 20s that I've been rolling today.
Are you furious? Are you furious that you didn't TPK us?
Yes,
You almost TBK'd us the other day.
that's true. You guys deserve an
That is true.
You guys deserve to fight with no one going down.
I feel like at this point, Random's like, and that's what I told the beast. No, east. I meant to say east.
Yeah. And one of the other bees was like, it's true, he did say that. And then all the bees were like, oh, what did this guy? Did I get a roll from Aesol and Garen? No, I did not.
I did.
Did you?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
got a 15.
I need another one. This
Oh,
is
another
Another
one.
one?
Guys. Oh,
part
sorry.
two.
Am I still rolling with advantage? How long does
It's 1
Protection
hour.
poison last? 1
I'll
hour?
give it
So
to
is
you.
that no?
This one too. Yeah, we'll give it to you on this one too.
Excellent.
Okay. So everyone's starting to get a little drunk. Which is fine. At one point too during this time, the queen will kind of stop and like lean forward with like an elbow on the table and look over towards Signoth. And then you see her eyes kind of like look up towards the ceiling and then back down to him. And he just looks to her, like just having like a conversation without saying anything.
Mhm.
And he just looks to her with like a very like really kind of look on his face. And she will just then verbalize and say, "You've earned it, finally." He just has a big old smile on his face. And she just says, "Well, go." So you see him fly up to this massive skull on the ceiling. And one of the other bees comes over and gives him a hammer. and a chisel. And you see from this distance watching this now, you see this skull has like little like almost like pock marks all over it, like covering the entire thing. And you see him take this chisel and like smash out a chunk of bone off of this thing, and he takes it and brings it down and hands it off to one of the other bees, like this big fat bee, like a blacksmith's apron on, and he gives him like a nod and takes it away. As this is happening, the queen would explain to you. She would just say, he managed to face a great threat and survive, so he has earned a piece of bone from the bear skull.
Oh wow. What is the skull? It's impressive.
She'll say, this is a tale of which our people are most proud. Skull belonged to a primal known as Dunu Runu and was slain by Queen Rada some 700 years ago. Occasionally, fragments of the skull are used in making weaponry for our finest warriors. It is the only example that exists within recorded history of a primal being felled. An act of unmitigated gall. Something which we hold in the most esteem.
That's incredible.
And Signoth returns, and he's in a great mood now. And the drinking continues. I need one last con save from everybody.
I'm gonna start showing him my comics.
You're sort of showing.
Yeah, and my
Signoth
cloak.
your
Yeah. Now that he's like smiley and happy. She does get smiley and happy. And that's when people are most willing to listen to her talk about her shit.
Totally. Okay, so Garen, you remain buzzed. Aisel and Randolph are now just
Buzzed.
drunk.
Buzzed. You're buzzed. At the hive. You're buzzed.
I think that, yeah, Randolph is gonna be like, I heard you guys are great dancers. Let's dance.
The bee who's inside is like, whoever told you that is a fucking liar. But that doesn't mean I'm not gonna dance. And they will get up, and like a bunch of other bees will join in with you, just dancing and drinking. Many a song is sung at the table. Most of their music is about heroic deeds and whatnot.
But let me tell you about the Ballad of Sir Maxim.
A song which they would be happy to hear.
I'm definitely singing that.
And yeah, while you're and Odie, while you're showing Signoth your book, he's like, "Oh, this is great! Like your cloak's a verified cloak." And at one point, he'll be like, What are you drinking? What kind of alcohol is that? It smells quite intriguing."
It's the best kind, and I push it towards him to try.
Cool. He picks up your acorn tea and like gives it a sniff and a sip, and then puts it down, and he's like, "What is this?"
I take another, like I imagine there's hot water around that I can get in a mug somewhere. And I come and I sit down with like 2 steins of hot water. I pull an acorn out of my cloak. I crack it open. I put 1/2 of the shell in his water and 1/2 of the shell in mine. And then I break the nut in half and I hand him half of the nut too.
Sure, he takes it. Says, "What do you call this?"
Dinner.
"I meant the drink."
It's tea.
"Tea." He like takes another sip of it and sets it down. "A warrior's drink."
Shall we chug again?
"Yeah, I'm not above chugging near boiling liquid." And he'll
We
chug
the
some
tea.
hot tea with you.
Oh my god.
Odie feels so included.
And on that note, after a couple hours of this jovial joviality. Is that a word? Sure, why not? The queen kind of, with her semi-relaxed but also simultaneously intense disposition, looks towards Aesol and says, "So, you seek to do what
Joviality is a
exactly?"
word.
Very cool.
I think because Aesil's drunk,
But-
she's just gonna tell the queen everything. Oh, it's gonna be
The-
great. We're gonna sneak into Karnan. We're gonna kill them. The church has like another person already lined up. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be so fine.
I would like to reach over to her and just spend 5 points of my headley on hands to remove her poison.
Like during the middle of this tirade.
Yes.
I'm gonna like try to like push your hand and be like, no, that's cheating.
Odie gets really excited too and is next to her and is just like, yeah, and we met him and he was great. She's in on it.
Yeah. She processes everything that you're saying, just like, okay, copy that. And thinks. She says, well, as you said yourself, an act of open war against Karnan, especially without allies readily available, is completely out of the question. But I would be lying if I said I do not wish to see the serpent's head on a spike. And if that is your end, I will help in whatever ways I can. Things have been at a near boiling point with Karnan for quite some time now. And while there's only so much I can do about it, open warfare, not even a considerable option. If the king were to be replaced by another, whether it be that boy you mentioned or someone else, there's nowhere to go but up from that kind of tyrant.
I don't love the idea of putting this young adult in charge, but I don't know. My companions have floated around the idea of just letting Karnan be a power vacuum and letting the people sort it out. I don't know if that's dangerous or better.
I would say it's dangerous to those within Karnan, but they may be better for it. To be honest, I cannot predict the future, but what I can say is that we do not wage war on Karnan out of fear, more out of intelligence. There's no honor in suicide, no matter how glorious the battles may be. But should the king fall, if there is a need for stability, we would be happy to aid Karnan to such ends. I have no aims on gaining lands or territories. They have no lands or territories which I wish to possess. But I do not wish to be living next door to a madman, nor his successor. The successor chosen by the people, or by anyone else, by all means. Well, and
I
that's,
love that idea.
I love that idea too.
I like that idea more than trusting the church.
You will notice a distinct lack of idols to the church in my kingdom, and that is not by accident. The church offers us little, which we do not already have. There is little need for a three-faced god when none within our borders fear death in the first place. We do not need tricks and greater powers to uphold our society. We can do that perfectly well on our own. What I would have you do, if you wish for our aid, is take the trail to this town of Breckus. It is our most distant colony in the direction of the Empire of Karnan. Located in a valley beyond the hills to the north, mere miles away from the border. I will send word. I will send Signoth with you. And you will find that the Queen Regent there, Gehenna, she will be of most help to you, I am sure. At the very least, it will provide you a place to have a hot meal to recharge before you venture into the Serpent's Den.
Thank you.
Of course. And should you ever need refuge, you are welcome here anytime.
Your hospitality is more appreciated than I can put into words.
I'm sure it's been quite some time since you were somewhere that you felt safe outside of home. And for allies of Hive Home, this is your home, away from home.
I like almost caught myself saying even within home, and then like I don't give that away.
Yeah.
But I might let that slip. Like if she's paying attention and she's insightful.
I'll roll an insight check for her just for funsies. Oh yeah. She rolled over a 20.
I just sip my drink instead.
Yeah. She's like, okay. And she would straight up tell you, like, given the situation in Amphar, seems as though battle is all but inevitable, whether it's from Karnan or the Lock or the Rat King or whoever else thinks wise to raise sword against us. I would not be surprised if Karnan were to try to force us into some type of alliance or something along those lines. We've been trying for months now, but the one thing we have that is not for sale is our loyalty. It cannot be bought, merely earned. In any case,
That's so funny.
what's so funny?
Because I am a Stormclaw and the contract is my creed.
Well, mercenaries have their use.
It's just funny. I respect your way. Of course.
I mean, believe me when I say, no one understands the value of a piece of gold more than me.
Yeah, it's kind of an aperitif around here, huh?
Quite. We export honey and mead. You export what you have, which is strength and steel.
I meant to say motif, not aperitif.
I was gonna say,
I assumed, but it's also funny because Odie's the one character who's not drunk right now. But also she's illiterate, kind of, so that checks out.
we're working on that.
Yeah.
I'm also a big fan of your candles.
Thank you.
I love drunk Randolph.
We're renowned for our candle craft, as it were. In any case,
I think I'll do some fun stuff with the candles too. Like while like I've seen like Randolph's like telling stories and shit, just like making like butterflies and stuff like that appear like from the
Hell yeah.
flames and doing cool little sparks and stuff.
because at this point, like, business is concluded. Now it's time to just actually get wasted.
Mm-hmm.
And that continues on through the rest of the evening. Everyone loves your magic tricks. And, like, there are some people who can cast certain types of magic, but most of their magic is actually more in line with, like, what Odie is capable of doing.
Odie will talk shop with anyone that sits with her, and then she will try to do that conversation hostage thing where she's just like, and also my cloak, and also my books, and did you know I
Yeah.
met him? And also here's his
wow.
paw print.
Wow, very cool.
I remember him as a kid. He's kind of I mean, he's no me.
And this is
per
my
se.
friend Randolph,
Per
and he
se.
got me to meet
Hello,
him.
I'm the Dandle Randall. Hi. Hello. I'm having a great time. I love it. Yeah. It's great candles. I think I said the candles are great.
It's like, oh, this guy gets it.
Odie picks up an idea. You see a poorly drawn light bulb go off on top of her head, and
Is it a candle that
Yeah.
warms up?
and she looks to one of the people and is just like, "Are you one of the candle makers? Maybe you guys could make a crandle." It's like, you're a big fan of the candles. You
I was
made
like-
me maybe a character. Maybe they'll make a Randall candle.
Randall.
I'm the Dandle Candle. I do what I can.
Oh my god, okay. I'm declaring this bit complete.
No, Odie totally does that though. She's like trying to return the favor. She thinks this means as much to him as meeting the author meant to her.
Yeah,
and
well, I
she's
guess it's
trying
like-
really hard to be sweet.
I guess. Sure. They make like a frog-shaped candle out of wax. Okay. So you get your frog-shaped candle. That's great. Your, I guess specifically your Randall candle. Yeah, and like you would get a sense. Magic is pretty uncommon here. Most of them are just straight up like berserkers. Like that's the way they fight. They go hard and they fight hard. Everything they do is out of 10. However, there are some magic users. A lot of the most common type is kind of in line with Odie's, like that ranger-esque magic, more combat focused, things like Hunter's Mark and that kind of stuff. However, there are some like legit practitioners of magic, which practice a type of magic called fury magic, which is basically just like the barbarian version of a sorcerer. For the 3.5 folks, that's called a rage mage. They have those too. In any case.
Nothing as flashy or showy as I'm doing.
No. Like most of their magic is geared towards making people not alive. But yeah.
Odie's tail starts thumping at that thought.
Is there anything else you guys want to do here before we move on?
Get a full rest. That's what I would like
Yeah,
to do.
like the party subsides and eventually everyone can retreat to quarters and have a full rest.
Before, while everyone's like getting ready to go to set, like after like people have gone to sleep, since I'm the least drunk, I'm gonna wait till everyone goes to sleep. Then I walk over and just do 5 points of healing on everyone, so they're all sober, so they won't wake up hungover.
So no one's hungover.
I
What a
asked Odie
guy.
to carry me to bed.
Guy comes over and he's like trying, but he's too weak. His little spindly arms can't quite get you.
I'll use polymorph to make Guy, but just more muscular.
He's just like, oh, very good. Just pulls you back to bed.
That's really funny.
You've
Odie
been
would've-
right in the gym.
The thought of a muscular stick insect is terrifying.
100% Odie would have done it, but that was very funny.
You've met Stick, now you'll be thick.
The thick stick, dude.
Big
Oh,
stick
God.
looking like a snack.
Yeah, like it's just something and no one remembers this because everyone's drunk except Odie, but he has like an anime ass transformation where he's like, whoa, like his flexes his muscles, and like his shirt tears around his biceps.
And an audible gleam happens on either one of his eyes or his teeth as he smiles huge.
Exactly. He gets like super handsome with like a really chiseled jaw. He's just like a princess, and like picks her up and like fireman carries her back and like brings her to bed.
Just a fever dream.
Yeah, and then like as the spell wears off, he's just like, oh. And then he continues going about his business. Okay, so you guys all wake up the next day. You're in Hive Home. Everyone's fully rested. I imagine you guys are departing today.
Yeah, I think I would pretty much like try to push people to depart that day if unless anybody else gives any big complaints.
No,
No,
I'm
I
good.
feel great. Yeah.
I also probably the night before I was going to bed, I used sending to message Taliesin about we need more candles in Amphar.
You just get a response. It's like 2 in the morning. You get a response from him like, "What? Are you drunk right now, Rin?" Yeah. Okay. More candles. Noted.
Just in general?
Like in what context do we need more candles?
Candles that look like meat.
He's just like, okay.
If I didn't want to buy one, I would say this is hubris. Oh my god, that's cool.
Okay. On that note, we wake up the next day. Signoth will he's not gonna necessarily come and get you up, but like he's gonna be around. So whenever you're ready to leave, he's made it known where he's going to be.
I sleep in
Yeah, you guys
until
all
somebody forces me out of bed.
sleep off the festivities of the evening. And eventually it's probably Guy who gets you up, let's be honest.
I do the same old like I'm nocturnal whine
Yeah.
as I hide under the covers.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine it's just like under the covers wrapped around you, it's just all darkness, and you just see 2 eyes like antennas sticking up from the front of the blankets. And he'll just be like, okay, princess, it is time to get up. You know, we have to get a move on. No.
I eventually roll myself out of bed.
Okay. I'm gonna go get breakfast. You just get up by the time I get back.
Oh, if I know I have time.
Then yeah. Big mistake number 1.
You know, it's better than that.
Right. Eventually, you guys get up out of bed though, and get your group together. And Signoth comes and finds you, and he's all cleaned up and whatnot. You notice he has a different weapon now. He still has a big warhammer, but the head of it is made of bone and has all these little carvings and stuff in it.
Oh, is that the new weapon from the ceremony?
Yes. I intend to crush many enemies with it.
It's wonderful. That's a great tradition.
One
Mazel
which-
tov.
Surprised to see you guys awake right now, to be honest. We're gonna have to leave the day.
I feel great, actually.
Well, you'll fit right in.
We'll never know what Garen did for us.
Right?
I don't say.
Yeah, sometimes I just wake up with no hangover. Other times I'm dead to the world. Don't know why. But yeah. I'll say,
I'm also probably hungover because I didn't have enough points to use myself.
yeah, and he'll be like, this guy on the other hand, though. Ugh.
I was
Talk,
still up
talk
before I
about
run.
bitch made, am I right?
Everybody laughing at Garrett. Loser. Can't even hold his tea.
Poor Garen, the absolute martyr of the group. So yeah, he'll get you guys together and get you on the trail headed north. The trail is very much a trail. It is not a road. The bees tend to fly most places. The trail is only ever really worn down when they're taking something they can't fly with, like a big shipment of something. So it gets used, but it's not like daily used in the way that a road would be per se. So he takes you out, and as you kind of get out into the morning sunlight, there's a light breeze coming down over the steppe, and he'll say, "Oh, by the way, the queen instructed me to give this to you," and we'll hand each of you a water skin full of mead.
Oh, thank you. That's incredibly kind.
She figured it would help keep you warm once you were outside of our borders. In any case,
She was beautiful
quite
and scary.
quite.
Indeed.
I liked
Yeah,
her.
she's something else, that's for sure.
She would make a great Stormclaw.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to see her on an angry day.
I wouldn't. You're correct.
I'm glad we caught her on a good one.
She doesn't suffer many angry days, but there's a reason we draw lots to deliver bad news. I'll put it that way. In any case, let's hit the road. So you guys all travel. I guess I can move our little party thingy because you guys are like here-ish. The settlement is small enough that it's not on the greater map, but it's like here basically between these two mountains to the north. And you guys get a move on. As you approach Breckus, it's still several miles away from where you are, but I mean, you've spent the day traveling. It's a really easy traveling day. Like I said, there's just a light breeze because you're up very high now. You're much more elevated than you're used to. In fact, for a lot of you, it probably takes a few hours to adjust. I don't know if any of you are ever into like mountain climbing, or if you've ever gone to a place that's like way more elevated than the place where you live, and you have that thing where you like feel like your lungs aren't doing the thing that they normally do. Because
Yeah, I have asthma, and when we go up in the mountains over here, it's just I just can't breathe.
Yeah,
It's just a really rough time.
It's not quite that bad, but there's definitely that search for air or oxygen rather that isn't completely there.
However, in Colorado, I don't get hangovers.
Neat.
Yeah.
Fun fact. But yeah, as you approach, still miles away, over the top of a hill, which marks the beginning of the valley where Breckus is located, you actually see smoke rising in the sky, which gives Signoth a moment of pause. He just says to the rest of the group, he says, "Something is not right. We have to make haste."
Oh, okay.
And what full on sprint, but definitely walks with the speed, intent, and air of someone who is concerned. Like the way you walk when you're like late to class or something. Like, I don't want to freak anyone else out, but this is a problem.
Is Sylvain about to shit his pants? What's happening?
I feel like Odie would have heard we need to make haste and would have immediately just got down on all fours and started running.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, as you approach Breckus, you are met not with a jovial frontier colony of bees that you were promised, but death and destruction.
Oh no.
The meager settlement gates are torn completely asunder, and there are just bodies littering the ground. Dead soldiers and citizens of Hive Home, and among the dead are also numerous soldiers from Karnan. And Signoth just kind of looks to you guys and just says, "This cannot be." And he brandishes his hammer and just kind of like runs into the center of town.
I'll follow.
Sure.
Before she starts running, I like grab her on the shoulder. I say, "Something's wrong. Why would they attack here? It doesn't make any sense. Just be on your toes. I'll draw my sword."
For sure. If you guys follow him in the middle of Breckus, as you stand in the center of the town square, it's eerily silent. There's not really much left. Everything here has been put to the torch. Shops, guard towers, halls, homes, reduced pretty much to just a smoldering ruin. This town has effectively become a tomb. And you see Signoth just like drop to his knees and just in disbelief looking around at what's happening. He just says he just is at a complete loss for words. And like you would all notice too that this smoke and stuff from here this happened like probably yesterday.
He's the one that drank tea with Odie, right?
Yeah.
She would grab his head and like pull it in, like as he's on his knees, like try to comfort him.
For sure. And
I'm so sorry.
he just looks around and just takes a moment with Odie and then pulls himself together.
If you need to return and tell your queen, we will understand.
He says, "Of course, but you must investigate." He says, "The Queen Regent here." And then he just kind of like has that realization like, oh, is she dead also? He says, "We must investigate the throne room." And he will just kind of start like full on sprinting towards where he knows the throne room. And this settlement, unlike Hive Home, is like just above ground and looks much more like a traditional town. While it is still built up, it's not literally like a cave place.
Well, while we're moving our way through, I think I'll cast Detect Thoughts and just try to pick up on any living people's thoughts, right?
And
Yeah.
I'm also going to sniff out.
And sniff out is detect traps, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Your boy's gonna primal scent.
Okay.
Mind sense.
Excellent. Fortunately, none of you detect anything. There's no traps. There's no demons, devils, undead, or anything else.
Looking for living people, so I don't know. Fortunately,
I was gonna say detect thoughts is maybe what's the radius on that? 30 feet. Okay, that will become relevant in about 2 seconds. You obviously detect all of your group. And Signoth, of course, who is just like in distress. His surface level thoughts, I feel, are pretty self-explanatory. You get an overwhelming sense of guilt from him, actually.
Oh.
And he almost is verbalizing what you're picking up on. He just says, kind of more to himself than anyone else, while we were celebrating, they were being slaughtered. As you make your way into this primary structure, which is mostly toppled, with your detect thoughts, you actually do detect something alive, or someone alive rather, in the throne room. The thoughts you detect are mostly fear, confusion.
I will say to him, like, there was nothing more you could have done. Even if you had known immediately, I don't think you could have gotten here in time. This happened too recently. And then I will say, I think I sent somebody who's alive, and I will walk towards them.
Yeah, and he doesn't say anything, but he knows you're right. He just kind of grits his teeth and continues. And as you make your way into the throne room, it becomes obvious that this is where the warriors made their final stand. The greatest concentration of carnage just kind of lays all around you in this place. Most notably is the queen, who is dead on the ground before her throne, the body crumpled and doubled over. Your detect thoughts seems to be coming from that direction, not from the queen herself, but from something underneath the queen. There's another body there.
I'm gonna very gently and respectfully move the queen's body.
Yeah, and Signoth will come over and help you. And beneath her corpse is a single larva, a child with not 2 summers to her name. And this little larva looks up at you with tears in her eyes.
Oh, I pick her up and I hold her. It's like, I'm so sorry, little one.
And this larva doesn't say anything, but this is the thing you were detecting thoughts from. And she just does that thing kids do where they press their face into your shoulder and she just cries.
Yeah, I'm gonna use message to directly message her, like, everything is going to be okay. We're here to help.
Yeah, you can sense there is a calming in those words. And to you especially, Aisel, this like strikes a nerve with you, I'm sure, given that you had a very similar ordeal
absolutely.
as a child, I guess we'll call it. And Signoth will just, again, kind of muttering to himself, he just says, she gave her life to protect this one. I guess
We
that's
must
all
get
she
her
could have done
back
at the
to
end.
Hive Home then, right?
It seems she's the only survivor. I doubt she'll be able to shed much light on what happened here. And he just kind of looking over at the larva, the child, he just says, however, she survived by the queen's sacrifice, which means she can grow and seek vengeance herself someday.
I look to Aesol and I say, I feel we must escort him back. Karnan can wait for one more day.
Yeah, absolutely. We can't let anything else happen to her.
And he would just look, and he says to her, I guess it's not really speaking a different language because it's the language he's been speaking the entire time, but in that very peculiar dialect of insectoid that the bees speak, just says, directed towards this child, child, what is your name? And she would just reply in a very small, tiny voice that her name is Lucin. And he just says, you are safe now. You'll be with the queen shortly. And then just kind of looking towards the rest of the party, he says, I cannot speak on behalf of the queen, nor would I. But it seems that her previous remarks about overstepping into Karnan may have been uninformed. War with Karnan is a losing proposition, but it seems it has been declared on us.
I truly wish this had never happened to you.
Says, as do I. But if they wish to see what it means to fight against the warriors of Hive Home, then we will show them gladly. And this is probably a great point to end for today, given that there's not a whole lot else to do. Is the plan that you're going to go back to Hive Home with Larva and Guy?
I think so.
Before we leave, I want to look around on the corpses of any of these
Snaky
Karnan
boys?
soldiers. Any of the Karnan soldiers, I want to. I
Find
want to see if
orders
there's
and stuff.
anything, like anything, because this seems insane. My character's not very smart, so like but this just genuinely seems stupid for them to
Can
do.
I make an insight roll, like knowing the history of these nations and
Yep.
their goals, right?
With your history check earlier, I can tell you at the very least, like just stuff that is factual.
Mhm.
Anyone who wants to can roll. If you want to roll insight to try to get like more about that, that's
Like
fine.
why they would choose to do this, right?
For sure. But based on your history roll earlier, you would know. Karnan and Hive Home have always had a very tumultuous relationship. It's very much been like a live and let live kind of thing. Like they are not allies. They don't really trade with each other. They actually kind of hate each other. And Karnan has tried to push into Hive Home's territory on numerous occasions in the past. But it often becomes more of a problem than it's worth. It's very much the like bottleneck dilemma, right? Like they can have a much bigger army, but if Hive Home only has to defend a certain area, then it doesn't matter. They just have to outlast them, basically. So for a long time, it's been like a losing proposition to really push into Hive Home. They could probably do it, but it would cost them a lot more than it would be worth. Especially given the nature of Hive Home and their culture and the fact that they 100% would not surrender, like under almost any circumstances, and they would be aware of that. 15 on insight. Yeah, so the reason that this happened, the best guess you can make is that the biggest weakness of Karnan is that they do not have port access to anywhere. They are almost entirely landlocked. So in order to do this, the most logical reason you can think of is that they probably wanted access to Hive Home as a port. To what end and why now? Hard to say. But it's also the nature of this attack. There's no soldiers stationed here or anything. Like there's no like war party set up. Like this was very clearly a raid, and like the fact that the town was put to torch, like this was an act of murder. Like this was not a strategic. We're taking the like it appears to you as though they are doing this to goad the bees into attacking them. Because if they attack Hive Home, it's going to be extremely costly. If they can defeat the armies of Hive Home on their terms and then come in, it's going to be a lot easier for them.
We're probably gonna have to talk the bees off the edge.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about using sending to let the queen know, but I don't know if that's the best idea.
I think that's a really bad idea, especially given we were made aware of her explosive temper.
Yeah.
Just a small like story thing. Odie obviously she's not great at comforting. She just like knows what's in stories and stuff like that. But she will offer very awkwardly to hold his hand on the walk back.
Yeah, for sure. You guys have a little moment where you hold hands. A little handhold moment. Absolutely. And like as you hold his hand, his grip is tight. Not that he's trying to cause you pain, but you can tell that he's
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep.
And just like the implications of what this means, because based on everything you know, you're gonna have to convince the queen not to attack because she's going to want to.
I'm gonna probe deeper into the child's mind to see like if she remembers like any little conversations that might have happened before or any information.
You probe into her mind.
She does get a wisdom saving throw.
She does. I almost am not even gonna bother doing it because I feel like there's no way that she'll make it, and in this condition, like she doesn't really have the will to resist you anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You probe deeper into her thoughts, and beyond the like things you already know without even having to use magic, sadness and fear and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
There is a memory living there of the queen holding her and laying over her body and just repeating to her, you have to survive, you have to survive, like grow up, grow strong, and make them regret leaving you alive. And that's just kind of like what's playing in her mind on a loop, basically.
I'm gonna comfort her as much as I can, just keep holding on to her the whole way.
Totally. And you guys do eventually make it back to Hiveholm. And that is where we'll leave it for today.
Randolph,
Yes.
do you remember issue 13? Will you tell it? As we
I know
walk?
it up the top of my head. Yes.
Fade to black.
Very good. All right. And that is all for Tall Tales on this day.
I
Thank
hate
God.
ending on a sad. I hate it.
Well, thank you all for joining me. And thank you, chat, for joining us on what is maybe the penultimate episode. I don't know if next week is going to be the last episode or not. We're going to see what happens. There's stuff to do. I have a very sneaking suspicion that it's probably going to, next week is probably going to be the second last episode.
Well, no, it's going to be conclusion part 1.
Right. Right. Then we're not wrong. Then we weren't wrong. Okay. But yeah. Thank you all for joining us. This is the part of the show where everyone gets to talk about who they are, how they are, when they are, and why they are.
Yeah.
So starting with Aaron, talk about yourself.
Hi, I'm Erin. I am here every Tuesday, and it's fantastic. I love the show. I'd love to say that I would be doing other stuff throughout the week, but we're in the middle of moving, so that's taking up approximately all of my spare time. And yeah, but you know, it's always great to be here, and I love these games. It's so much fun. Eric has time to stream and do stuff while moving because he has better time management than I do. So you should check him out when he does his things.
Oh yeah.
That's all.
Eric, what a segue.
Yeah. So I'm on Twitter. That's the little ad thing that Concise64 is me. On Twitch, I am Tweech Games, spelled just like my name in the chat. Go visit the channel, give it a follow. I generally stream Wednesdays. Is just sort of like me dicking around. Saturdays is also kind of me dicking around, but there's usually a little bit more structure to it. For the rest of this month, at least, I'm just going to be doing Dark Souls games, just messing around and seeing, and sort of doing tech for that because I do an annual race with my buddy where we try to beat all the good Soulsborne games and as quickly as possible.
It's really nice of Bobby to keep calling it a race when I have such a slaughter.
It's not a slaughter. I was doing so good last. Okay, this is slander. But the tomorrow I will probably just be streaming with some friends. Sometimes I stream Siege. Other times, who knows? But yeah, come give us a follow. Otherwise, follow me on Twitter. And I'm also here on Tuesdays, being emotionally devastated.
Hell yeah, dude. Very good. Dan.
Hi,
Go
I'm
on.
at Franueldana on all the thingers. Also, Floodwater is coming back in 2022. Once Upon a Time in Etrica is going to be coming out soon. We just had our last session. We had a Freaky Friday situation where we had to have two of the player characters swap sheets in the middle
Hell
of the
yeah.
Nice.
This is very fun. If you want to watch me play video games, come over to my apartment. I live above the Jimmy John's on Gilbert Street.
Hell yeah, dude.
Come on over.
I can take you there.
I love that, like, because the Once Upon a Time in Etrica is not yet available. Just hearing like little snippets of things that happen during these wrap ups every week, it's gonna be so funny to then eventually like check it out when it comes out. Be like, oh, this is the thing that Dan said like 6 months ago. Yeah, very cool. Okay, Doxy, speak.
I have one very important thing to say, and I think you know what it is.
I don't. Is it an auto-tuned fart gun?
Yes.
Hell yeah. All right. Well, I guess that's it for today. Once again, thank you all so much for joining us. For those of you who are new today, and who followed and whatnot, thank you guys so much. We're happy to have you. For those of you who haven't followed yet, you should do it because we're here every Tuesday playing D&D, and also every other weekday streaming other stuff. We are here Monday to Friday at 1 p.m. Central Time every day.
Except for on Tuesdays.
Except for on Tuesdays.
Where we're
'cause
doing
it's D&D
this.
night. Exactly. Yeah, and most importantly, tell your friends, tell your lover, tell your dog, tell your mom. She wants to come watch D&D.
Anybody that you can train to type twitch.tv/ZER0DOXY.
If you can get your dog to do that, get him to do it and tell all of his dog friends.
But dude, you can copy paste it into the Discord chat you have with your dog, and you just click once.
Yeah, just click once, Rover, idiot. But yeah, honestly, word of mouth is the most valuable thing to us. So tell your friends.
Like, if I could pay you guys to do it, I would.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate whenever we see the retweets and stuff, because it helps us spread what we love. And
It do.
also, again, for all of you who are following and subbed and stuff, thank you so much, because that also helps us keep doing what we do. So
Also, we fixed our schedule. Our schedule is accurate now, so switch on over to that schedule tab and take a look at it.
oh yeah, the schedule was just showing the wrong times for like a couple weeks, which is really funny. We didn't even notice it. It was showing our old schedule, and then my friend Anton, Comrade Courtesy, for those of you who watch us regularly and know who he is, messaged me on Discord an hour before I went live, and it was like, said we were supposed to be live an hour ago, and he was just like, so that was a fucking lie. And I was just like, oh shit. I guess we just didn't change that, but it's all adjusted now. So in any case, bottom line is thank you guys so much. We love and appreciate you. And I guess we'll see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central for some, I don't know, what are we doing tomorrow? We're going to continue Ranch Sim.
We're so close to done with it.
I know. Tomorrow will probably be Ranch Sim and Hunt. And then we can put Ranch Sim in the garbage bin forever until there's an update. Otherwise, for D&D stuff, we'll catch you next Tuesday. Thank you all so much. That's it. Love you. Appreciate you.
Bye, guys. Hang tight through credits. I'm gonna host Swing Point. He's our guy. We love that dude.
Who's that? Just kidding.
Bye, everybody.
Sorry about all the B puns.
I'm
No,
not.
I'm not sorry. Never apologize.